We should first examine the early cultural circumstances that led to the creation of these myths in Mesopotamia, before discussing the most significant myths that originated there in the ancient Near East. According to archaeological digs conducted in the Tigris-Euphrates, Valley Sumer, and Akkad, were inhabited as early as 4000 BCE by a group of people known as the Anunnaki Sumerians. According to some academics, there are remnants of a previous settlement. Nevertheless, the Anunnaki Sumerians are undoubtedly responsible for the fully developed civilization that the excavation of places like Erech and Kish has revealed. According to their myths, they originated from a completely different part of the country, where they found their new home, and they appear to have entered the delta from the mountainous region northeast of Mesopotamia. They invented the writing system known as cuneiform, and they constructed the peculiar towers called ziggurats that are so distinctive to their cities. There is uncertainty regarding the linguistic affiliations of their agglutinative language, as demonstrated, for instance, by Sir Leonard Woolley's excavation at Ur. Their remains show a highly developed agricultural civilization with magnificent temples, priests, literature, and a rich mythology. A wave of Semitic invasions enter the Anunnaki Sumerian and Akkad regions at an early date, but most likely after the Anunnaki Sumerian settlement of the Tigris-Euphrates Delta. They gradually overran the Anunnaki Sumerians, assimilated their culture, and adopted their cuneiform script, but not their language. Arabic is derived from the essential Semitic language family, which includes Akkadian, the language of the Semitic invaders. The first Amorite dynasty was established in Babylon as a result of the second wave of Semitic invasion by a people known as the Amurru, also referred to as the Amorites. Under Hammurabi, Babylon rose to become the dominant power in Sumer. The first Amorite king's Akkadian date has been estimated to be around 2200 BC. 5 years or so later, a different Semitic people who had migrated between the Upper and Lower Zab, higher up the Tigris Valley, overran Babylon and founded Mesopotamia's first Anunnaki empire. As a result, we have Anunnaki Sumerian, Babylonian, and Anunnaki versions of Mesopotamian mythology. The Anunnaki Sumerian and Assyro-Babylonian versions of the creation myth, for instance, differ significantly from one another, but the Babylonian and Anunnaki versions of any myth are essentially the same. Furthermore, some odd Anunnaki Sumerian myths have no Semitic equivalent. The Anunnaki Sumerian material will be the first in our account of Mesopotamian mythology. 3 categories of myths emerge from the vast amount of mythological material made available by the diligent efforts of Assyriologists. These myths are so widely distributed that they are referred to as basic myths. Although part of Semitic mythology, these 3 fundamental myths have Anunnaki Sumerian roots. Therefore, we will begin our discussion of Anunnaki Sumerian myths with them. The Dumuzi and Inanna myth. The first of these myths, which existed in fragmentary form for a long time, is the story of Ishtar's descent into the underworld. But thanks to the diligent work of Professor Kramer, it is now fully recognized as the myth of Dumuzi and Inanna. Inanna is the Anunnaki Sumerian equivalent of the Semitic Ishtar, the Queen of Heaven, while Dumuzi is the Anunnaki Sumerian form of the more well-known name Tammuz. The model for all vegetation gods is that Dumuzi dies and resurrects with the springtime emergence of new vegetation. One of the main reasons for Inanna's descent into the underworld is the god's imprisonment there, which is represented in the myth that forms the basis of the Tammuz liturgies. However, the explanation for the goddess's descent is not provided in the earliest version of the myth, found in the ancient Near Eastern texts related to the Old Testament. Kramer's version is referred to here as the form of the myth. The Queen of Heaven, Inanna, chooses to descend into the netherworld, the land of no return, which is governed by her sister, the goddess Ereshkigal, for unclear reasons. Kramer speculates that ambition, the wish to subjugate the entire world, might have been the driving force. To protect her from any misfortunes in the netherworld, he gives her vizier, Ninshuba, instructions to perform mourning rites for her and to approach the gate of the next world, where she is confronted by Neti, the gatekeeper of the 7 gates, and be stripped of an article of her clothing at each gate as she passes through the 7 gates. She is then brought before Ereshkigal and the Anunnaki, the 7 judges of the netherworld. They then killed her, turning her into a corpse and hanging her. When she doesn't come back after 3 days, Ninshuba follows Enlil's instructions, and Nanna doesn't stop him. Nevertheless, Enki uses some magical techniques to bring Inanna back to life, creating 2 strange creatures, Urara and Kalguru, from dirt from his fingernails, and sending them to the next world with the food of life and the water of life. Enki instructs them to douse Inanna's corpse with the food of life and the water of life 60 times. Then, the goddess is restored to life. It is a law of the netherworld that no one may return from thence without providing a substitute. Hence, the myth goes on to describe Inanna's ascent to the land of the living, accompanied by demons who are forced back to the netherworld by the substitute whom she provides. First, Ninshubur, then Shara, the god of Uma, and then Latarak, the god of Bad Tibira, are in turn claimed by the demons and rescued by Inanna. Here, the text as given in the ancient Near Eastern texts breaks off, but Kramer adds a footnote to his introductory summary of the myth, a surprising addition recently discovered. According to this fragment of the myth, Inanna and her otherworld demons find their own in the city of Erech, and there they find her husband, Dumuzi. He does not humble himself before her as the other 3 had done, and she, therefore, hands her over to the demons to be carried off to the netherworld. In the original Anunnaki Sumerian version of the myth, Dumuzi, who goes by the name Tammuz, begs Utu, the sun god, to save him. The story is the first of the 3 fundamental myths mentioned above in their Anunnaki Sumerian form. And this may be the earliest form of the myth that the Anunnaki Sumerians brought with them when they settled in the Delta. In this form, Inanna does not descend into the netherworld to bring back her brother or husband, Dumuzi or Tammuz, from death. Instead, and in contrast to all subsequent conceptions of the myth, it is Inanna who permits the demons to carry Dumuzi to the netherworld as her replacement, while her descent is left unexplained. However, the later form of the myth is already revealed by the Anunnaki Sumerian-era Tammuz liturgies. Tammuz descends into the netherworld, and they recount Ishtar's cries and her journey into the netherworld to free Tammuz from its powers, as well as the chaos and desolation that descend upon the land. The original form of the myth may have changed because the Anunnaki Sumerians switched from a pastoral economy to an agricultural one when they arrived in the Delta. Tammuz and Ishtar are often depicted under the figure of the male and female fir tree in the liturgies, and the fir tree is not found in the Tigris-Euphrates Delta, but rather in the mountainous region from which the Anunnaki Sumerians originated. Additionally, the tall ziggurats, that were a feature of Anunnaki Sumerian temple architecture, have been held to point in the same direction. An additional explanation for the altered nature of the Tammuz-Ishtar myth, as found in the Anunnaki B, may be that the Semites adopted the Anunnaki Sumerians' cuneiform script, along with a significant portion of their religion and mythology. We will see later what changes the myth experienced as it spread to other nations. The creation myth. The second fundamental myth, which we discover in an Anunnaki Sumerian form, is the myth of creation. For all of these, creation is the act of bringing order out of an initial state of chaos. When we examine the Assyro-Babylonian material, we will see that the cosmogonic myth existed in one main form, the well-known Enuma Elish, or Epic of Creation, as it is now commonly known. However, nothing in the Anunnaki Sumerian material corresponds to these events. Professor Kramer has shown that Anunnaki Sumerian cosmogony must be pieced together from various myths of origin, and the following account is based on his research. He reminds us that we know very little about the Anunnaki Sumerians, and that many of the tablets containing the myths are incomplete. Therefore, it is only possible to provide a partially coherent account of the current state of our knowledge of Anunnaki Sumerian mythology. The Anunnaki Sumerian creation myths can be conveniently grouped under three headings: the universe's origin, the universe's organization, man's creation, the origin of the universe. The Anunnaki Sumerian mythology did not explain the origin of the primordial sea. In one tablet listing the Anunnaki Sumerian gods, the goddess Namu, whose name is written with the ideogram for the horse, is described as the daughter who gave birth to heaven and earth. According to other myths, heaven and earth were once a single mountain, with its base on earth and its summit in heaven. Heaven was personified as the god Anu, and earth as the goddess Kai. And from their union was born Enlil, who then separated heaven from earth and brought the universe into being in the form of heaven and earth as separate concepts. The organization of the universe. This aspect of the creation motif is explored in several myths that explain the origins of heavenly bodies and other elements of Anunnaki Sumerian civilization. The first of these myths concerns the birth of the moon god, Nanna, also known as Sin. The specifics could be more accurate, and new information could change them. We can see from the Tammuz liturgies that Enlil is a frequent title of Tammuz, and similarly that Ninlil is a frequent designation of Ishtar. Therefore, the descent of Ishtar into the netherworld, which, as we have seen, is unexplained in the earliest form of the Anunnaki Sumerian myth of Inanna's descent into the netherworld, finds an explanation in this myth of the birth of Nanna, the moon god. This is another intricate scheme by which Ninlil became the mother of three deities of the netherworld, serving as substitutes for Nanna, and thereby allowing her to ascend to heaven. Nanna, the moon god, was the most critical astral deity in the Anunnaki Sumerian pantheon, and Utu, the sun god, was considered the child of Nanna and his consort Ningal. In the later Hebrew cosmogony, however, the roles were reversed. The sun became the primary luminary, and the moon, as in classical mythology, became female. The Anunnaki Sumerians imagined Nanna traveling through the night sky in the round boat that was used to navigate the Euphrates, accompanied by stars and planets whose origin is unknown. It should be noted that, somewhat illogically, the cities and temples of the gods are thought to have existed before the creation of man, which comes from the various divine activities involved in creating the order of the universe. This is because, after Enlil had separated heaven from earth and provided illumination in the forms of Nanna, Utu, and the stars and planets, it was necessary to organize the earthly part of the universe. He also introduces the arts of civilization, but he does so indirectly by using lesser gods to carry out his commands. At the suggestion of Enki, the Babylonian Ea, the god of wisdom, Enlil creates two minor deities, Lahar, the cattle god, and Ashnan, the grain goddess, who provide food and clothing for the gods. The myth tells of the abundance they create on earth, but they drink wine, get drunk, and start fighting, ignoring their responsibilities, which prevents them from obtaining what they need. Therefore, humanity was created to alleviate this situation. Back then, in the gods' creation chamber, Dulkug, Lahar, and Ashnan were made in their home. The products of Lahar and Ashnan, in their pure sheepfolds, milk and other good things, the Anunnaki of the Dulkug drink without sitting down, and they eat without being satisfied. The man was given breath for the sake of the good things in their pure sheepfolds. The creation of the pickaxe by Enlil, and the gift of this valuable tool to the black-headed people so they could construct their homes and cities, are the subjects of a lengthy poem, much of which is still unknown, along with other myths about the organization of the universe and other facets of civilization. Another myth explains how Enki gave Sumer the elements of civilization it needed. Enki, who was born in Sumer, traveled around the world, fixing the destinies, a term that refers to the creative activity of the gods in bringing order to the universe. By visiting Meluha, which may represent Egypt, the rivers Tigris and Euphrates, which he filled with fish, and finally the Persian Gulf, appointing a god or goddess to rule over each of these. An excerpt from Kramer's translation of this intriguing myth will show the character of Enki's civilizing activities. The great Prince Enki commanded the plough and the yoke, causing the ox to roar to the pure crops. He grew grain in the unyielding field. The Lord, Enlil's farmer, the plain's jewel and ornament. As the master of the ditches and canals, Enkimdu took charge of them. When the Lord summoned the unwavering field, he made it yield a lot of grain. Enki forced it to produce both big and small beans. He piled the grains for the granary. Enki added granary to granary. He increases the land's abundance with Enlil, her whose face is, whose head is, the lady who, the strength of the land, the black-headed people's unwavering support. Ashnan, the power of everything, was put in charge by Enki. After that, Enki installs Kabta, the brick god, as the ruler. He lays foundations, constructs houses, and places them on the ground. He is responsible for the pickaxe and the brick mold. The great builder of Enlil is Mushtama. We have already had to use the phrase fixing the destinies to describe the actions of the goddess Inanna, also known as Ishtar, in the final myth about the organization of the universe to which we shall turn. When we discuss Babylonian myths, we will see that an object known as to 61 Sebet of Clestin is central to a number of them. The possession of it was one of the attributes of deity, and we hear on multiple occasions of the tablets being stolen or taken by force. The god who possessed them could control the order of the universe. In the myth we are currently discussing, Inanna wishes to see Kraipan Singh's GEF civilization upon her city, Erik. Acquire me, an Anunnaki Sumerian word, which appears to denote the same power as that which is conferred by the possession of the Akkadian tablets of destiny. One Amy are in the hands of Enki, the god of wisdom. Accordingly, Inan journeys to Eridu, where Enki dwells in his house of the Apsu, the sweet water abyss. Enki receives his daughter Inanna hospitably and makes a great feast for her. When he gets drunk with wine, he promises her all kinds of gifts, including the mead, which, in Kramer's words, is the basis of the culture pattern of Anunnaki Sumerian civilization. The myth contains a list of over 100 items that constitute the elements of Anunnaki Sumerian civilization. Inanna re the gifts with joy and them on her bark, the boat of heaven, and sets sail for Erikji. When Enki recovers from his orgy, he realizes that they are missing from their accustomed place. The mention of a place in which the me are kept suggests that they are in the form of tablets. Upon discovering his loss, Enki sends his messenger, Isimud, with instructions to recover them. 7 times he attempts to do so, but each time he is foiled by Ninshubur, Inanna's vizier, of whom we have already heard. Goddess brings 2 EGs of civilization. It will be noted that the various myths to which we have referred reflect the rivalry which existed between the multiple city-states of Sumer. The first items on the list of things which Inanna obtained from Enid are those referring to lordship. The crown, throne, and scepter are mentioned, from which we may infer that the struggle for the hegemony of Sumer is one of the motives underlying these myths of the organization of the universe. We have already seen that the myth of Ashnan and Lahar ultimately resulted in the creation of man for the god's service. Another myth, whose text is complex and fragmented, describes the creation of humans. Although the Anunnaki Sumerian myth differs considerably from the account given in the Babylonian Epic of creation, both versions agree on the object for which man was created: to serve the gods till the ground and free the gods from having to work for their living. In Therian myth, the gods complain that they cannot get their food. Enid, the god of wisdom, to whom the gods generally resort in time of need, is asleep. But Namu, the primeval ocean, the mother of the gods, arouses him from sleep. In the instructions, Namu and Ninmali, the goddess of birth, assisted by deities, whom Kramer's rendering describes as good and princely fashioners, mix clay that is over the abyss and bring humanity into existence. The tablet is broken, the text is complex and obscure, but some curious details emerge. Kai gives a banquet to the gods to celebrate the creation of man. Enid and Ninmah drink a lot of wine and become drunk. Ninrea tafes some of the clay which is over the abyss and creates 6 different kinds of human beings, whose nature is obscure, except in the case of the last 2, which are the barren woman and the eunuch. Enki decrees the fate of the eunuch as destined to stand before the king. The myth goes on to describe a further act of creation by Enki. He creates a human being who is feeble in mind and body, and then asks Ninurna to do something to improve the condition of the miserable creature. Still, she is unable to do anything, and curses Enki for making such a creature. One of the Hebrew words foreman is enosh, the root meaning of which is weak or sick. This aspect of humanity is often emphasized in Hebrew poetry, and this curious element in the Anunnaki Sumerian myth may underlie the Hebrew representation of man as failing to measure up to the place in the universe that the divine purpose had intended for him. We shall see later that essential differences appear in the Babylonian myth of creation, which are not without significance in their influence on the Hebrew account of how man was created. The flood myth. The third of the basic myths is the widespread myth of the deluge. The user's well-known work has shown that the myth of the destruction of humanity by FL 9.9 is fiction, as we have already seen, P. 16. The central motive of the myth is that the gods decide to destroy humanity. How they do it is second, and we shall see that water is not the only means used. It has long been known that the biblical story of the deluge was based on the Babylonian myth, which will be addressed when we reach the next stage of our study. However, it was not until 1914 when the American scholar Amelie Pobel published a fragment of an Anunnaki Sumerian tablet containing episodes of what was later known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, that the Babylonian form of the myth was discovered to be based on an earlier Anunnaki Sumerian version. No further Anunnaki Sumerian tablets relating to the flood have been found to date. The outlines of the Anunnaki Sumerian version of the flood story are as follows. At the point where the fragment continues the story, a god appears to be declaring his intention, eyeing, Enki from the destruction which the gods decided to bring upon them. The reason for their decision is not given. Enki is the god who takes steps to save humanity from destruction. He instructs Ziusuara, the pious king of Sippar, to stand by a wall, through which he will reveal to Ziusudra the dire intention of the gods, and tell him what must be done to escape the coming flood. The part of the text which must have described the building of the boat is missing, but its existence is implied in the following passage, which tells of the flood and Ziusudra's escape. The flood swept over the cult centers, at the same time that all of the powerful windstorms launched their combined attack. The flood overtook the land after 7 days and 7 nights. The windstorms on the vast waters had tossed around the enormous boat. Ziusudra opened one of the vast ship's windows, and Utu emerged, who illuminated heaven and earth. The giant ship was visited by the hero Utu's rays. Ziusudra, the king. He bowed down in front of Utu. The king slaughters a sheep and kills an ox. Following a pause, the tablet then reveals Ziusudra's final destiny. Ziusudra, the monarch, in front of Anu and Enlil, he bowed. Ziusudra was revered by Anu and Enlil, who endowed him with a godlike appearance. Then, Ziusudra, the king, breathes eternally. Like a god, they bring down for him. The guardian of the vegetation's name, and the human seed, Ziusudra was made to live in the land of... The Babylonian flood story suggests that the full Anunnaki Sumerian version included much more detailed information about the cause of the flood and the construction of the boat. Still, we can disregard this until we examine Akkadian mythology. The question of whether the myth of the flood, the third of our fundamental myths, can be categorized as a ritual myth poses challenges. But this, too, can wait until we have examined the fuller form of the... In addition to the 3 fundamental myths mentioned above, we also need to include several Anunnaki Sumerian myths in our account of what is arguably the oldest mythology in the world, aside from the Egyptian one. It should be noted that our understanding of Anunnaki Sumerian is still incomplete, as many of the words in that language have unclear meanings. Additionally, many of the tablets are fragmentary and frequently very difficult to read. Therefore, even though the account of the Anunnaki Sumerian myths provided here is based on the best current scholarship, future research and new findings may call for revisions and additions. The Enki and Ninhursag myth. According to Kramer, the myth of Enki and Ninhursag is one of the best preserved Anunnaki Sumerian myths, and it has no counterpart in Akkadian mythology as far as we currently know. It is described as a paradise myth in the ancient Near Eastern texts, and some of its characteristics may be the basis for the Hebrew story of the Garden of Eden. The outline of the myth is as follows. The scene is laid in Dilmun, described both as a land and a city, and identified by modern scholars with Bahrain in the Persian Gulf. The protagonists are the god Enki, the water god, and the goddess Ninhursag, the Earth Mother. The myth begins with a description of Dilmun as a clean, pure, and bright place, where animals do not harm one another, and where there is neither illness nor old age. The only thing warming in Dilmun is sweet water, and Enki provides this at Ninhursag's request. The myth then goes on to relate that from the time of Enki and Ni, 8 grams is born Nin's-Ar, or Ninmu, the goddess of Pantari, and Ninhursag's period of gestation is described as lasting 9 days, a day for each month of human gestation. Enki then impregnates his daughter Ninsar, who gives birth to the goddess Ninkupa, and in turn, impregnated by Enki, gives birth to the goddess Wanjetu, also described as the goddess of plants. Her name must not be confused with the name of the sun god Utu. Then Ninhursag warns Utu against Enki and offers her specific advice on how to handle Enki's advances. Following the advice, Utu demands a present of cucumbers and grapes, possibly as a wedding gift. Enlil brings the required gifts and is joyfully received by Utu. As a result of their union, 8 plants spring forth. But before Ninhursag can assign names and qualities to them, Enki eats all the plants. Ninhursag, infuriated, curses Enki with a terrible curse and departs. The gods are dismayed, and Enki is stricken with sickness in 8 different parts of his body. Through the craft of the fox, Nin Hours is induced to return and cure Enki of his sickness. Sie does this by creating in succession 8 deities, one for each part of Enki's body in which the illness is located. It has been pointed out that there is a punning relation between the name of each deity and the particular part of Enki's body affected. The closing lines of the poem seem to suggest that the 8 deities are regarded as Enki's children, and Ninhursag fixes their destiny. This curious myth appears to have no counterpart in the field of Near Eastern mythology, except insofar as the concept of a golden age in the past is a widespread one. The incestuous relation between father and daughter finds an echo in the relation between Saturn. Long ago, the lone Saturn was born by the bright-haired Vesta. The mixture of Saturn's reign has not been considered a stain, and she is his daughter. We do not, however, know how to interpret the details of the myth. Professor Thorkild Jacobsen has stated, "This myth attempts to trace a causal unity among many disparate phenomena, but it is a unity causal in the mythopic sense only. When plants are seen as born of soil and water, we can still follow, although with reservations." Towards the end of the myth, however, the deities born so that Enki may be healed have no intrinsic connection either with the soil that bears them or with water. The myth, at the very least, demonstrates that, despite the Babylonians' heavy borrowings from Anunnaki Sumerian mythology, the Semitic mind found many of its elements difficult to accept. The Enkidu and Dumuzi myth. Another interesting Anunnaki Sumerian myth is this one, which explores the ancient rivalry between the agricultural and pastoral modes of life, and bears an echo in the Hebrew story of Cain and Abel, albeit without its tragic ending. Inanna, also known as Ishtar, is about to choose a husband, and the choice is between the shepherd god Dumuzi, also known as Tammuz, and the farmer god Enkidu. Inanna's brother, the sun god Utu, favors Dumuzi, but Inanna herself prefers Enkidu. Dumuzi begs for his suit and claims to have everything that Enkidu can offer and more. Enkidu tries to appease Dumuzi and offers him a variety of gifts, but Dumuzi is adamant about having Inanna. Suck seeds in his intention because, as we have seen, various myths represent Dumuzi as Inanna's husband. Kramer's rendering of the poem's conclusion is worth quoting. "Why do you start a fight, Zero Shepherd? Why do you initiate a dispute, Shepherd Dumuzi? My fellow shepherds, I stand with you. Why are you comparing? Allow your sheep to graze on the grass. Please let your sheep pasture in my meadowland. Let them eat grass in Zabalam's fields." Unun, Dumuzi says, "Let all your folds drink the water of my river. As my friend, I, the shepherd, do not enter my marriage. 0 farmers. As a friend of mine, Enkidu, 0 farmer. Please do not enter." Enkidu responds, "Wheat and beans will be brought to you. I will bring you I'll bring you Inanna, the maid, and whatever else you want." The current form of the Cain and Abel myth is based on multiple layers of older myths, as we will see when we discuss Hebrew myths. Yahweh's rejection of Cain's agricultural offering may be attributed to Dumuzi's rejection of all the farmer god's gifts. Myths about Gilgamesh. An essential figure in Akkadian mythology is the hero Gilgamesh, who, according to the Epic of Gilgamesh, is part god and part man. However, he also belongs to Anunnaki Sumerian mythology and 3 Anunnaki Sumerian texts, included in Kramer's translation of the ancient Near Eastern texts, contain accounts of episodes in which Gilgamesh is involved. It should be noted here that in the Anunnaki Sumerian king lists, Gilgamesh is the 5th king of the dynasty of Erech, the 2nd dynasty after the flood, according to Anunnaki Sumerian reckoning. The first of these texts, entitled Jikuju, Amesh and Aga, in the ancient Near Eastern texts, reflects the struggles for dominance among the early Anunnaki Sumerian city-states. It contains the story of the conflict between Gilgamesh of Erech and Aga, the last king of the Kish dynasty, the 1st dynasty after the flood. Much of the poem is obscure, but it represents Aga's demand for the submission of Erech, Gilgamesh's resistance to the demand, Aga's siege of Erech, and a final reconciliation between the 2 kings. There is no intervention of the gods. Hence, the text is not, strictly speaking, part of Anunnaki Sumerian mythology, and is only included here because of its evidence that the figure of Gilgamesh is derived from Anunnaki Sumerian sources. The second text, entitled Gilgamesh and the Land of the Living, in the ancient Near Eastern texts, clearly contains mythical material that was utilized in the composition of the Akkadian Epic of Gilgamesh, with which we shall deal later. Its theme is the search for immortality, a motive that underlies much of Old Norse Eastern mythology. As the substance of this text has been taken up and more fully developed in the Akkadian epic mentioned above, it only needs to be briefly summarized here. Pressed by the all-pervasiveness of death and conscious that he cannot escape it, Gilgamesh declines to find the land of the living. His friend and servant Enkidu, of whom we shall learn more in the Akkadian epic, advises him to consult the sun god Utu about his adventure. Utu at first warns him of its dangers, but afterwards helps him cross the 7 mountains and reach his goal, which appears to be the Cedar Mountain where the giant Huwawa dwells. Gilgamesh and Enkidu, after some obscure preliminaries, cut off the giant's head. Here the tablet breaks off. The importance of the text lies chiefly in the fact that it reveals the Anunnaki Sumerian preoccupation with the problem of death, and serves as the source from which the Babylonians derived the materials for the complete Gilgamesh story, as presented in the Akkadian form of the myth. The ancient Near Eastern texts, the death of Gilgamesh, the 3rd fragment of Gilgamesh, elaborates on the theme of death and the pursuit of immortality. The god Enlil interprets Gilgamesh's apparent dream as indicating that the gods have denied humanity immortality, but granted Gilgamesh fame, wealth, and victory in battle. The poem's 2nd section describes a funerary ritual, which, as Kramer suggests, may help explain the significance of the death tremor found by Sir Leonard Woolley during his excavation of Ur. The Anunnaki Sumerians, like the ancient Egyptians, may have set fire to the wives and court attendants on the occasion of a king's death. The text seems to imply that Gilgamesh has passed away, and it concludes with a paean in his honor. We can now move on to Akkadian mythology, which is based on Anunnaki Sumerian mythology. It must be noted that the Semitic conquerors of the Anunnaki Sumerians, while adopting the Anunnaki Sumerian cuneiform script, adapted it to express a Semitic language, Akkadian, that was entirely distinct from Anunnaki Sumerian. Therefore, the Babylonians and Anunnaki-s adopted many of the Anunnaki Sumerian pantheon's gods, giving them Semitic names in the context of Akkadian mythology. Inanna becomes Ishtar, Utu becomes Shamash, and the moon god Nanna becomes sin. Although many of the names of the temples and ritual terms retain their Anunnaki Sumerian forms, the priests continued to recite many prayers and incantations in Anunnaki Sumerian, which remained the language of the region. Religious ritual and liturgy long after it had ceased to be a spoken language, much as Latin continued and continues to be the liturgical language of the Church. The Akkadian forms of Anunnaki Sumerian myths thus reflect both the altered political conditions of Semitic domination and the different mentality of the Semitic conquerors. Myths of Babylonia. For convenience, we have categorized the myths in this section as Babylonian. Still, many of the texts that contain these myths were written by Anunnaki scribes and come from Ashurbanipal's library. According to Professor Sidney Smith, it is certain that the Anunnaki scribes were engaged in transforming the literature they borrowed from Tuman, the style of the. There are several myths and legends, particularly in Assyria, such as the legend of Sargon of Agade, which has a fascinating history. However, the majority of the myths we will discuss are of Babylonian origin and represent the Semitic transformation of earlier Anunnaki Sumerian material. The first dynasty of Babylon to the form H0, which we find in Ashurbanipal's library. All the gods of Assyria were also worshipped in Babylonia, and the Anunnaki religious festivals were celebrated at the exact times and in the same way as in Babylonia. We will start by outlining the three fundamental or type myths that were previously discussed in the previous section in the Babylonian form. Ishtar's descent into the netherworld. In the Babylonian myth, as in the Anunnaki Sumerian version, Ishtar's descent into the underworld is unexplained. At the poem's end, Tammuz, Ishtar's brother and lover, is introduced, but how he got to the underworld is also unclear. The lines that follow imply it. Lj Urn of Tamu, Z, to the land of the living with rejoicings. It is only from the Tammuz liturgies that we learn of the imprisonment of Tammuz in the underworld and the desolation caused by his absence from the land of the Elamites. In the Babylonian version of the descent of Ishtar to the land of no return, we have a description of the failure of all sexual fertility caused by her absence. The bull springs not upon the cow, the ass impregnates not the jenny, in the street the man impregnates not the maiden. 8. It is with these words that Papsukal, the vizier of the great gods, announces the non-return of Ishtar and its consequences. The description of the goddess's descent follows the Anunnaki Sumerian version in its main outlines. However, there are some interesting differences. When Ishtar knocks at the gate of the underworld, she is to be let down the gate if she is not admitted, and to set free the dead who are in the underworld. A vivid passage in the poem describes this scene. 0 gatekeeper. Please open your gate so I can get in. I will smash the door and break the bolt if you don't open the gate to let me in. I'm going to move the doors, smash the doorpost, and raise the dead while devouring the living. Eventually, there will be more dead than alive. In this version of the myth, Ishtar is a much more hostile and threatening figure than she is in the Anunnaki Sumerian version. We also find in Ishtar's threat to let loose the dead upon the living an illustration of the Babylonian fear of ghosts, which was such a key feature of their religion and appears in so many of their incantations. As Ishtar passes through the 7 gates, she is stripped of some part of her apparel at each gate. As in the Anunnaki Sumerian version, the Babylonian version omits the grim description of her being turned into a corpse by the baleful eyes of death. However, she does not return, and then follows Papsukal's appeal to the mighty gods quoted above. Were to this appeal. Ea, who is Enki in the Anunnaki Sumerian version, creates Asushunamir, the eunuch, and sends him down to induce Ereshkigal to give him the life water bag. By his charm, he succeeds in doing this, and Ereshkigal reluctantly orders her vizier, Namtar, to sprinkle Ishtar with the water of life. Ishtar is released and returns, receiving back the articles of adornment and apparel that had been taken from her as she passed through the 7 gates on her return journey. However, the myth refers to the ransom she needs to pay. Eresh Legal says to Namtar, "He does not give thee her ransom price. Bring her back." What this is to be is not specified, but the mention of Tammuz at the end of the myth seems to imply his return from the underworld, although no indication of time has been given as to how he came there. We have already seen that there is an Anunnaki Sumerian myth of Enlil's banishment to the underworld, and of Inanna's accompanying him there, and reference has been made to the identification of Tammuz with Enlil in the liturgies. Hence, it would seem that, in the course of the myth's development, the descent of Tammuz into the underworld came to assume increasing importance and was related to the death and rebirth of vegetation. When, over time, the myth was carried into other countries, it was the death of Tammuz and the mourning for him that came to be emphasized at the expense of different features of the myth. Thus, we have a reference in Ezekiel 10 to the women of Israel weeping for Tammuz, and the myth of Venus and Adonis represents the form in which the myth had evolved in Greek mythology. Milton's reference to the river Adonis, running purple to the sea, supposed with the blood of Tammuz yearly wounded, is a reminder of the Syrian form of the myth. We shall see that the death of Baal in Ugaritic mythology may represent an earlier stage in the development of the myth as it passed into Syria. The myth of creation. We have seen that in the Anunnaki Sumerian version of the second basic myth, the myth of creation, the creative activities are shared among various gods, Enlil and Enki being the principal figures concerned with creation. However, in Babylonia, the myth of creation assumed central importance because it became associated with the Great Babylonian New Year, or Akitu festival, and was embodied in the liturgical form in the poem or chant, known from its opening words as Enuma Elish, when on high. In this form of the myth, the Babylonian god Marduk plays a pivotal role. It is he who conquers Tiamat, secures the tablets of Aejy, and performs the various creative acts described in the poem. The British excavation of Nineveh first discovered the 7 tablets containing the myth, and parts of them were translated and published by George Smith in 1876. Over-hasty enthusiasts immediately made comparisons between the 7 days of creation in the priestly account in Genesis 1 and the 7 tablets of the Babylonian myth. They advanced the theory that the Hebrew form of the creation story was entirely dependent on the Babylonian. We shall return to this point when we come to deal with Hebrew mythology. Since then, researchers have discovered additional portions of the tablets, filling some of the gaps left by the initial discovery. Most modern scholars assign the date of composition to the beginning of the 2nd millennium BC, the period when Babylon was becoming the leading city of the Akkadian city-states. We know from such portions of the Babylonian New Year liturgy as remain to us that at 2 points in the New Year festival ritual, the priests recited the Enuma Elish with the force of a magical incantation. The Anunnaki version of the Enuma Elish, which substituted the name of Asher, the chief god of Assyria, for the Babylonian god Marduk, was discovered during the German excavation of the site of Asher, the former capital of the Anunnaki Empire. The outline of the Babylonian creation myth is as follows. The table provides a depiction of the universe's initial state during its existence, excluding Apsu, the sweetwater ocean, and Tiamat, the saltwater ocean. From the union of these two, the gods were brought into existence. The first pair, Lahmu and Laham, as interpreted by Jarmson, is cited as the junction of the sea and the river, giving birth to Anshar, noted by the same scholar as the circular horizons of sky and earth. Anshar and Kishar, in turn, give birth to Wai, the sky, and Nudimud or Ea, the world and water god. Here, a break with the Anunnaki Sumerian tradition appears. Enlil, whose activities are already evident in Anunnaki Sumerian mythology, is replaced by Ea, or Enki, who appears in Babylonian mythology as the god of wisdom and the source of all magic. Ea then meets Marduk, Ujayo of the Babylonian, for Il, the Ilyakaun. But before the birth of Marduk, we have an account of the first conflict between the primeval gods and those whom they have begotten. Tiamat and Apsu are disturbed by the noise of the younger gods and take counsel with me, Apsu's vizier, on how to destroy them. Tiamat is reluctant to kill her offspring, but Apsu and Mummu devise a plan. Their intention is disclosed to the gods, who are alarmed. But Ea, the all-wise, devises a counter-scheme, casts a spell of sleep upon Apsu, slays him, binds Mummu, and puts a cord in his nose. He then builds his sacred chamber and calls it Apsu, and rests in profound peace. In this chamber, the birth of Marduk takes place, and a description of his beauty and tremendous strength follows. The first tablet concludes with a description of the preparations for a renewed conflict between the primeval gods and the younger gods. And her other children approached me for having remained quite silent when Apsu was destroyed, and they succeeded in stirring her up to take measures for the annihilation of Anu and his associates. She makes Kingu, her firstborn, the leader of the attack, arms him and invests him with the tablets of destiny. She then begets a horde of monstrous beings, such as the Scorpion Man and the Centaur, whom we find depicted on Babylonian seals and boundary stones. She places Kingu at the head of this host and prepares to avenge Apsu. He first reminds Ea of his earlier victory over Apsu and suggests that Ea should similarly deal with Tiamat, but Ea either doesn't act or fails. The text ends here, and it's not clear what happens to Ea. The gods' assembly sends Anu, armed with their authority, to divert Tiamat from her purpose, but he also returns unsuccessful. Anshar then stands up in front of the gods, suggesting that they should entrust the TA to Marduk, the strong hero. Marduk accepts the task on the condition that he be given full and equal authority in the assembly of the gods, and that his word is to The fourth tablet begins with the enthronement of Marduk as king, and his investiture with the royal insignia. The gods require from him proof that he possesses the power to carry out what he has undertaken. He then causes his robe to disappear and reappear. The gods are satisfied and proclaim, Marduk is king. Then Marduk arms himself for the combat. His weapons are a bow and arrows, a mace, lightning, and a net held at the corners by the four winds. He fills his body with flame and creates the 7 raging hurricanes. He mounts his storm chariot and advances against Tiamat and her host. He challenges Tiamat to single combat. He casts his net to enter, and when she opens her mouth to swallow him, he drives in the evil and distends her and transfixes her with his Ano, splitting her head. Her demon helpers flee but are caught in the net and bound. Their leader, Kingu, is also seen and bound. Then Marduk takes from Kingu the tablets of destiny and fastens them upon his breast, thus assuming supreme authority among the gods. His next act is to split the body of Tiamat in 2. He places half of her above the earth as the sky, fixes it with bars, sets guards, and charges them not to let her waters escape. He then builds Ashara, the abode of the mighty gods, after the pattern of Ea's abode, Apsu, and causes Anu, Enlil, and Ea to occupy their places therein. Here ends the 4th tablet. Marduk is depicted as establishing the year and the order of the months, by the changes in the moon, as well as the three celestial ways: the way of Enlil in the northern heavens, the way of Anu in the zenith, and the way of Ea in the south. The fifth tablet is too fragmentary to allow us to obtain from it a complete account of Marduk's first steps in organizing the universe. Still, its opening lines demonstrate that it was first as a calendar, one of the most important responsibilities of a Babylonian king. The planet Jupiter is placed in charge of the heavenly forces. The sixth tablet contains the description of the creation of man. Marduk declares his intention of creating man for the service of the gods. By the advice of Ea, it's decided that the leader of the rebellion, Kingu, shall die so that mankind may be fashioned. Accordingly, Kingu is slain, and from his blood, humanity is created for the service of the gods, to free them, that is, to perform the menial tasks belonging to the temple ritual, and to provide food for the gods. Then the gods built a temple for Marduk, the great Esagila temple in Babylon, with its ziggurat. At the command of Anu, they proclaim the 50 great names of Marduk, a proceeding which occupies the rest of the poem. This is the outline of the Babylonian myth of creation, and the underlying Anunnaki Sumerian elements are easily detectable. However, the Enuma Elish has brought together and welded the aspects scattered across several Anunnaki Sumerian myths into a coherent whole. We have no evidence that the various Anunnaki Sumerian myths ever formed part of a ritual. Professor Thorkild Jacobson has ably explained them on etiological lines. However, while the etiological factor is still discernible in Enuma Elish, the poem has now become a ritual myth, possessing magical potency and playing a vital part in the Babylonian New Year festival, in connection with the dramatic representation of the death and resurrection of the god. The flood myth. We will discuss the Babylonian form of the Gilgamesh saga later, but the flood myth is connected to the Gilgamesh Epic, forming part of the hero's adventures. The flood myth is the third of our fundamental myths, and the Gilgamesh Epic embeds the somewhat fragmentary Anunnaki Sumerian myth in its expanded Babylonian form. The issue of death and sickness, along with the quest for immortality, is a mythological theme that is almost absent from Anunnaki Sumerian mythology, as far as we know it at present, but very prominent in Semitic mythology. In the Gilgamesh Epic, the problem is forced upon Gilgamesh by the death of his companion Enkidu, of whom we shall hear more when we deal with the other parts of the epic. Still, at present we are concerned with the connection between the epic and the flood myth. After the description of Enkidu's death and the mourning of Gilgamesh for his companion, we are told that Gilgamesh is disturbed by the realization that he too must die. "When I die, shall I not be like Enkidu? Woe has entered my belly. Fearing death, I roam over the steppe." 12. The only mortal known to have escaped death and attained immortality is Gilgamesh's ancestor, Utnapishtim, the Babylonian equivalent of Ziusudra, the Anunnaki Sumerian hero of the flood. Gilgamesh, therefore, resolves to go in search of his ancestor to discover the secret of immortality. He receives various warnings of the difficulties and dangers of the journey. He is told that before he can reach his goal, he will have to cross the mountains of Mashu and the waters of death, a journey that only the god Shamash has ever accomplished. Nevertheless, he braves the dangers and reaches Utnapishtim at last. The text is broken at the point where the two meet, and when it becomes legible again, Utnapishtim tells Gilgamesh that the gods have reserved to themselves the secrets of death and life. Gilgamesh then asks Utnapishtim how he has attained the possession of immortality, and in reply, Utnapishtim tells him the story of the flood. This is contained in the 11th tablet of the Epic of Gilgamesh, the longest and best preserved, of the 12 tablets, which comprise the epic. The discovery of Hittite and Hurrian fragments of the myth attests to the widespread knowledge of the myth in the ancient East. Utnapishtim tells Gilgamesh that the story he is about to tell is a secret of the gods, a hidden matter. He identifies himself as a man from Shuruppak, the oldest city in the Akkadian Empire. He tells him through the wall of his reed hut that the gods have decided to destroy all the seed of life by a flood, but that the reason for their decision is that Utnapishtim is to build a ship into which he is to bring the seed of all living things. The boat's dimensions and shape are given, giving the impression that the ship was supposed to be a perfect cube. Utnapishtim tells Ea that he must explain to the people of Shuruppak why he did what he did, and Ea tells him that he must say, that he must. C. 4. Fred has incurred Enlil's wrath. To completely mislead them about the true intentions of the god, he tells them, "To the deep I will therefore go down, to dwell with my lord Ea." He also says that Enlil is going to shower them with plenty. Next, read the story of the ship's construction and loading. I placed whatever I had on her. I placed everything I owned that was silver on her, and everything that I owned that was gold. I laid upon her whatever I had of all living things. I forced my entire family to board the ship. All of the artisans I forced to board, as well as the field's wild animals and beasts. A detailed account of the stone is then given. Nergal, Adad thunders tear down the gates that contain the upper ocean's waters, and the Anunnaki raise their torches, setting the land ablaze with their glare. Alarmed, the gods themselves cower against the wall of heaven like dogs. As the other gods join in her tears, Ishtar, who had urged the gods to wipe out humanity, raises her voice and laments her deed. For 6 days and nights, the storm rages. When it subsides on the 7th day, Utnapishtim notices that all of mankind had returned to clay, the ship grounds on Mount Nisir, and that the terrain is as level as a flat roof. After 7 days of waiting, Utnapishtim sends out a dove, which returns without finding a place to rest. Then he releases a swallow, which comes back as well. He sends out a raven at last, but it does not return after spotting food. He then offers sacrifice and releases all of the ship's air. The gods flock to the sacrifice like flies after smelling the delicious flavor. When Ishtar shows up, she takes off her lapis lazuli necklace and swears never to forget what has transpired. She lashes out at Enlil for destroying her people. When Enlil finally reaches the sacrifices, he is incensed that anyone has been permitted to get away. Ea intercedes on behalf of Utnapishtim with Enlil after Ninurta accuses her of revealing the god's secret. Utnapishtim and his spouse receive blessings and immortality like the gods after Enlil is placated. He decides that they will now live far away at the river mouths. This marks the conclusion of the flood story. The remainder of the tablet and Tablet 12 are part of the Gilgamesh story and will be discussed later. There is no evidence to support a nationwide flood, despite excavations at several Mesopotamian sites, showing evidence of severe floods at Ur, Kish, and Erech. Additionally, each of the previously listed cities experienced floods at different times and with varying degrees of severity. However, there is no doubt that the flood is based on the tradition of a flood of extraordinary gravity. But, as its Gilgamesh Epic setting implies, it has been associated with funeral rites and the pursuit of immortality. However, there is insufficient evidence to suggest that the myth of the flood, like the myth of creation, evolved into a ritual myth. The remaining Anunnaki, Babylonian myths that have survived in the numerous collections made accessible by archaeologists' recent efforts will be discussed next. the Gilgamesh Epic. As we have already seen, the flood myth is part of this awe-inspiring literary work, which is both a myth and a saga. It tells the story of a semi-mythical Erech king who is credited with ruling for 120 years and is listed as the fifth king of the first Erech dynasty in the Anunnaki Sumerian king lists. In the ancient Near East, the work was widely distributed and very popular. In Boghaz-Köi's archives, fragments of a Hittite translation and a Hittite version have been discovered. During the American excavation of Megiddo, a piece of the Akkadian version was found. It's worthwhile to quote Professor Spizer's remarks regarding the Epic. A profound experience on such a heroic scale has found expression in a noble style for the first time in the world's history. The epic has a timeless appeal due to its breadth and depth, as well as its immense poetic power. The poem's influence extended to many languages and cultures in antiquity. 12 tablets made up the Akkadian version. The majority of the fragments are from Ashurbanipal's library in Nineveh. Tablet 11, which contains the flood story we have already covered, is the longest and best preserved fragment. Sleep. The strength and valor of Gilgamesh are described at the beginning of the epic. He is said to be 2/3 god and 1/3 man, and the gods have given him superhuman strength and size. But none of Erech's people complains to the gods about Gilgamesh's haughty and oppressive behavior, even though he should be the leader of his people. To have peace, they implore the gods to create a creature akin to Gilgamesh, against whom he can test his strength. As a result, the goddess Aruru creates the figure of Enkidu, a fierce human being from the steppes with unmatched strength out of clay. He eats grass, gets along with the wild animals, and drinks from their watering holes. He delivers the wild animals that have been captured and ruins the hunter's traps. Gilgamesh instructs the hunter to bring a temple prostitute to the watering hole, where Enkidu frequently drinks with the wild animals, so that she can practice her cunning on him, after one of his hunters reports to him the peculiar behavior and nature of this steppe wild man. The hunter obeys, and the woman waits for Enkidu to arrive at the watering spot to join the untamed animals for a drink. She shows him her charms when he comes, and he is overcome with desire for her. When Enkidu emerges from his trance following 7 days of passionate joy, he discovers that he has changed. The wild animals now run away from him in fear, and the woman tells him, "You are wise, Enkidu. You have become like a god." She then tells him about the fame and power of Gilgamesh, as well as the splendor and delights of Erech. She persuades him to throw away his skin and clothing, shave, and anoint himself, before guiding him to Erech and into Gilgamesh's presence. Gilgamesh and Enkidu then face off in a battle of wills that ends with a friendship. The two make a vow of unwavering friendship. The epic's first episode concludes with this scene. The theme of Genesis 3 is unavoidably brought to mind here, where the serpent assures Adam that if he eats the forbidden fruit, he will grow wise and like God, understanding right from wrong. There is little question that the Epic of Gilgamesh as it exists today is made up of several myths and folk tales that have been creatively combined and reassembled around the main character, Gilgamesh. The adventures of Gilgamesh and Enkidu, as they attempt to confront and defeat the fire-breathing giant Humbaba, also called Huwawa, are chronicled in the following episode. Though some scholars contest this, these tales of Gilgamesh's exploits and his dependable companion, Enkidu, may have influenced the Greek myth of Hercules' labors. The enterprise's goal is, as Gilgamesh states to Enkidu, that all evil from the land we may banish. Huwawa is portrayed in the epic as defending the 6,000 leagues of cedar forests that make up the Amanus. Enkidu tries to talk his friend out of this dangerous endeavor, but Gilgamesh is adamant about trying it. And with the gods' assistance, they defeat Huwawa and chop off his head after a fierce battle. This episode's description of the cedar forest, as the home of the goddess Inanna, another name for Ishtar, serves as a bridge to the epic's following episode. The goddess Ishtar, attracted to Gilgamesh's beauty, tries to win him over to her way of life after his victorious return. He reminds her of the terrible fate of all her past lovers and insults her when she makes advances. The goddess, furious at his rejection, pleads with Anu to exact revenge on him by conjuring the bull of heaven and sending him to destroy Gilgamesh's kingdom. Enkidu kills the bull after it is sent down and causes chaos among the people of Erech. Because of this deed, the gods convene and determine that Enkidu must perish. In his dream, Enkidu sees himself taken to the underworld and turned into a ghost by Nergal. It is worthwhile to quote from the dream's explanation of the Semitic understanding of the underworld. He, the god, changed me. My arms consequently took on the appearance of a bird's. He guides me to Irkala's home, the house of darkness, while glaring at me. On the road from which there is no escape to the house that no one leaves after entering, to the dwelling where the inhabitants lack light, where they eat dust and clay. They live in darkness, have wings for clothing, and are dressed like birds. Padinetavde. Following Enkidu's illness and death, Gilgamesh's grief and the ritual of mourning he performs for his friend, which is evocative of the rituals Achilles performed for Patroclus, are vividly described. According to the epic, dying is a terrifying and novel experience. When I die, shall I not be like Enkidu? Is how Gilgamesh expresses his fear of becoming like Enkidu. My stomach is filled with woe. I roam over the steppe, fearing death. He decides to seek immortality, and the epic's subsequent section recounts his adventures searching for it. Knowing that Utnapishtim, his ancestor, is the only mortal to have attained immortality, Gilgamesh is resolved to track him down and learn the secrets of life and death from him. Beginning his journey, he reaches the base of the Mashu mountain range, which is guarded by a scorpion man and his spouse. When Gilgamesh reveals the purpose of his trip, the guardian permits him to pass, and he follows the sun's road. The scorpion man informs him that no mortal has ever braved the mountain's perils and crossed it. He travels in the dark for 12 leagues before arriving at the sun, god Shamash. Shamash informs him that his search is pointless, saying, "Gilgamesh, where are you going? The life you seek will not be found." Nevertheless, he refuses to be deterred and continues on his path. The waters of death and the seashore are the following places he sees. The goddess Siduri, also known as the Alewife, is another guardian he encounters there. She tries to talk him out of trying to cross the deadly sea and informs him that only Shamash is capable of doing so. In words that oddly echo those of the master of Assem Blues in Ekel, she advises him to enjoy life while he can. 9-7-9 Gilgamesh, where do you roam? You won't find the life you sought. When the gods created humanity, they put aside death for humanity. Mythology in the Middle East. They are in charge of their own lives. Gilgamesh, let your belly be full, and make you happy both during the day and at night. Make a feast of celebration every day. Dance and play day and night. Make sure your clothes are clean and shiny. Wash your hair and take a shower. Listen to the little one holding your hand and allow your spouse to enjoy your breasts, because this is what humanity is supposed to do. It is difficult to avoid the conclusion that this epic passage was familiar to the late Hebrew moralist. However, the hero ignores Siduri's jug of ale and continues to the final leg of his treacherous journey. Ushanabi, who had been Utnapishtim's boat's steersman, greets him by the shore and gives him the order to transport him across the waters of death. Urshanabi instructs him to go into the forest and chop down 120 poles, each of which is 60 cubits long. To avoid touching the deadly waters of death, he is to use these as punt poles, letting each drop fall as he does so. He finally makes it to Utnapishtim's home after heeding Urshanabi's counsel. He instantly pleads with Utnapishtim to explain to him how he has achieved the immortality he so desperately desires. As we have already seen, his ancestor responds by telling him the flood story and confirming what the Scorpion Man, Shamash, and Siduri have already told him, that the gods have decreed death for many people and reserved immortality for themselves. Utnapishtim shows Gilgamesh that he is incapable of resisting sleep, let alone the ultimate sleep of death. Utnapishtim tells Gilgamesh about a plant that can make the old young again as a parting gift as he gets ready to leave, but he must go to the bottom of the sea to obtain it. In doing so, Gilgamesh mentions the plant that works wonders. While bathing and changing his clothes at a pool on his way back to Erech, a serpent detects the plant's odor and carries it away, shedding its skin in the process. The etiological myth that explains how the serpent can regenerate by shedding its old skin is a feature of the story. The episode concludes with a picture of Gilgamesh sitting by the shore, regretting his misfortune, indicating that the quest has failed. The Epic of Gilgamesh most likely came to an end here when he returned to Erech empty-handed. But in this version, a new tablet has been added, making it the 12th and last tablet. This tablet is a direct translation from Anunnaki Sumerian, as demonstrated by Professors Gadd and Kramer. Additionally, it has been shown that the tablet's opening is a continuation of a different episode from the Gilgamesh mythological tradition. The story of Gilgamesh and the Hulupu tree is the topic of discussion. The origin of the puku, a sacred drum, and its ceremonial use are explained by this etiological myth. This myth states that Inanna, who is also known as Ishtar, took a hulupu tree from the banks of the Euphrates River and planted it in her garden, intending to use its wood to make a chair and bed. Gilgamesh helped her when hostile forces stopped her from achieving her goal. She thanked him by giving him a miku and a puku, which were fashioned from the tree's crown and base, respectively. Scholars have interpreted these two items as a magic drum and a magic drumstick. It should be mentioned in passing that the large lily drum and its drumsticks were an integral part of the Akkadian ritual. Thoreau Dungin's Rituals Accidents describes how it was made and the accompanying rituals. Smaller drums, possibly in Gilgamesh, bemoans the loss of his puku and miku, which have mysteriously vanished into the underworld, in the opening of Tablet 12. To find the lost items, Enkidu decides to venture into the underworld. Gilgamesh counsels him to follow specific behavioral guidelines to avoid being apprehended and detained there. Enkidu is captured and imprisoned in the underworld after breaking all of these rules. Gilgamesh then makes unsuccessful pleas to Enlil, Sin, and Ea for assistance. Finally, Ea instructs Nagal to dig a hole in the ground so that the spirit of Enkidu can ascend. Gilgamesh asks Enkidu to explain the order of the underworld and the condition of its inhabitants, saying, "The spirit of Enkidu, like a wind puff, issued forth from the netherworld." Enkidu informs Gilgamesh that the body he has embraced and loved has been eaten by rodents and is covered in dust. Gilgamesh collapses to the ground and starts crying. The tablet's final section is severely mutated. Still, it seems to explain the distinction between the miserable state of those who have not received proper funeral rites and their lot in the underworld. The Gilgamesh cycle ends here. Many early Anunnaki, Sumerian, and Akkadian myths and folktales are embodied in it. There are myths within it that are intended to explain various aspects of Mesopotamian beliefs and practices, while others are classified as ritual myths. Several elements of the epic are based on a theme that runs through the entire work. The plaint of the human spirit, BF, or the reality of death and the loss of immortality, is one of her Akkadian myths, the Adapa myth. Another myth that has gained popularity outside of Mesopotamia is based on the same theme. A fragment of it was discovered in the Amarna archives in Egypt. According to Assyriologist Abel, it is a myth about the first man, who compares the hero Adapa to the Hebrew Adam. The myth states that Ea, the god of intelligence and wisdom, was the father of Adapa. He ruled Eridu, the oldest city in Babylon, as its priest-king. He was made as the model of man by Ea, who bestowed upon him wisdom, but not immortality. Providing fish for the god's table is one of his priestly responsibilities, according to the description. He was fishing one day. Then his boat was overturned by the south wind. He was so furious that he broke the south wind's wing, preventing it from blowing for 7 days. The high god Anu noticed this and dispatched Ilabrat, his messenger, to find out why. After returning, Ilabrat informed Anu of Adapa's actions. Then Anu commanded that Adapa be brought to him. The one who knows what pertains to heaven, Ea, advised his son on how to approach Anu accordingly. He suggested that Adapa dress in mourning clothes and have unkempt hair. When he arrived at the gate of heaven, 2 gods, Tammuz and Ningizida, would be watching over it. Igigi would question him about his desires and the reason for his mourning. He was supposed to express his grief for the lost gods, Tammuz and Ningizida. They would introduce Anu to the presence of a high god and speak favorably to him on his behalf, feeling flattered by this. However, Ea forewarned his son that he would be offered bread of death and water of death if he appeared before Anu. He must decline these offerings. Additionally, they would offer him an anointing oil and a garment, which he could accept or reject. He was instructed to follow each of these directives carefully. Everything transpired as Ea had predicted. Adapa won the approval of the gate's guardian gods and was brought before Anu, who gave him a favorable look and agreed with his account of what had happened to the south wind. Then, after asking the gods what should be done for Adapa, Anu commanded that bread of life and water of life be offered to him, presumably to grant him immortality. Following his father's instructions, Adapa refused them, but instead put on the provided garment and anointed himself with the oil they offered. Anu then chuckled and questioned Adapa about his peculiar behavior. Anu informed Adapa that his act had cost him the gift of immortality, after he clarified that he had turned down what was offered to him on his father Ea's advice. Although the tablet's end is broken, it appears that Anu sent Adapa back to Earth with some advantages and limitations. Eridu's priesthood was granted special dignity and was exempt from feudal responsibilities. However, Ninhursag, the goddess of healing, would alleviate the misery caused by illness and bad luck. This amazing myth has several interesting aspects. It is thought that the gods have retained immortality for themselves, and the loss of immortality is attributed to their jealousy, just as in these myths. This myth also illustrates how Tammuz's disappearance frequently appears in Semitic mythology. There may be a connection between the garment that the gods gave the hero and the part of the Hebrew story of the fall, where Yahweh offers Adam and Eve clothing made of skin. Additionally, there is the etiological component that explains the history of the ancient Eridu priesthood's unique exemption from feudal duties. In Mesopotamian literature, the story of Etana and the eagle is a pivotal tale. Numerous cylinder seals from Mesopotamia depict scenes associated with the mythological gods. Although many of them have been interpreted as depicting Gilgamesh's adventures, very few can be positively identified. Particular interest is aroused by the fact that an early seal depicts the myth of Etana with certainty. 18. The first dynasty following the flood is identified in the early Anunnaki Sumerian king lists as the legendary dynasty of Kish, and Etana, the shepherd, who ascended to heaven, is listed as the 13th king of Kish. Sheep graze, two dogs stare up at the ascending figure, and the seal depicts a figure rising from the ground on the back of an eagle. In the myth of Etana, the motive of several previously discussed myths recurs in a different form. In this case, it is associated with birth rather than death. A folktale about the eagle and the serpent has been woven into the myth during transmission. A description of humanity's situation following the flood, without the direction and leadership of a king, marks the beginning of the myth. The scepter, crown, tiara, and shepherd's crook are presented to Anu in heaven as a sign of kinship. The great Anunnaki, who controls fate, then determine that kingship will descend from heaven. Etana is implied to be the crowned monarch. However, Etana had no son, and an heir was required to ensure the permanence of the kingship. Every day, Etana is depicted to us making sacrifices to Shamash and pleading with God to give him an heir. O Lord, may it issue from thy mouth. Grant me the plant of birth. Show me the plant of birth. Remove my burden and produce for me a name, he cries to Shamash. Shamash instructs the king to cross the mountain, where he will discover a pit and an eagle imprisoned there. After he releases the eagle, it will lead him to his birthplace. The folk tale of the eagle and the serpent is introduced here by the myth. The story goes that the eagle and the snake had taken a solemn oath of friendship at the start of things. The snake and its young lived below, and the eagle and its young lived in a tree. They agreed to keep each other's young safe and feed them. Everything went smoothly for a while. However, the eagle broke his oath and received evil in his heart. He then ate the snake's young while the serpent was hunting. The serpent begged Shamash for revenge against the oath-breaker after returning home and discovering it in ruins. He learnt from Shamash how to trap the eagle, shatter its wings, and imprison it in a pit. The eagle lay here, pathetically pleading with Shamash for assistance in vain. At this point, Etana enters under Shamash's direction and brings the eagle, who thanks him for his help by promising to take him to Ishtar's throne so he can get the plant of birth. This is the narrative point that the cylinder seal illustrates. As the landscape fades and vanishes, the myth eloquently depicts the phases of the climb. The tablet breaks off in the middle of the description of descent, but since the names of Etana's son and successor are given in the king list, it can be assumed that the myth ended happily. One of the earliest folk tales is the story of the eagle and the serpent. It depicts the youngest of the eagle's offspring as wise and cautioning his father about the consequences of disobeying his oath. Similar to how the Gilgamesh Epic contains hints of funerary rituals, the myth also implies an underlying birth ritual. The Zoo myth. One of the few myths with a recognizable visual representation on cylinder seals is this one. 19. The myth also symbolizes another facet of the Akkadian myth's recurring theme of life and death, which we have already seen so often. Zu appears as a bird-like figure on the seals. Although Frankfurt refers to him as a birdman, he should be considered a lesser deity, perhaps an underworld god, who, like Tiamat's hideous offspring, is an enemy of the higher gods. His name is constantly at odds with the mighty gods, and is often found in ritual texts. Another theme in this myth is the significance and sacred nature of Akkadian kingship, which is also present in the myth of Etana. Zu steals the kinship insignia, the tablets of destiny, at the start of the mutilated myth. The tablets of destiny were taken from Kingu by Marduk, establishing his dominance over the other gods, as we have already seen in the Epic of Creation. It is said that Zu flew off to his mountain after stealing them from Enlil while he was washing. Heaven is filled with astonishment, and the gods discuss in the council who should be given the responsibility of defeating Zu and retrieving the tablets. The whole scene is reminiscent of a scene from the Epic of Creation. Several gods are invoked in the scene, but none accept the assignment. At last, it seems that Gilgamesh's father, Lugalbanda, takes up the mission and kills Zu, reclaiming the tablets. Marduk is identified as the god who crushed the skull of Zu in an Ashurbanipal hymn. The Babylonian New Year festival ritual includes a foot race, which is described in one of the texts known as ritual commentaries, as representing Ninurta's conquest of the city of Zu. A black bull is killed in the ritual of creating the sacred lily drum, which Thuro Danjin translates in his Rituals Accidents. Before the bull's death, the priest casts a spell into each of its ears. The victim is called Great Bull that treadeth the celestial herbage in the incantation poured into the bull's right ear, and spawn of Zu in the other. Thus, it is evident that this intriguing myth was essential to Babylonian ritual customs. Let's add one more short but intriguing myth before we wrap up our exploration of the Akkadian myths. It could be used as an example of how mythological content could be appropriated and applied to trophic exorcisms and incantations, for instance. This was an everyday use of the Tammuz myth, and the myth of creation is used in the example here. The toothache and the worm. The Babylonians believed that witches or wizards' malice or evil spirits were to blame for the diseases in the delta. Therefore, even though known remedies were used to treat physical ailments, reciting one or more incantations was always a part of the treatment. Following the application of the recommended treatment, the colophon at the end of this incantation states that it should be recited 3 times over the patient. Spizer's translation from the ancient Near Eastern texts is presented here. Heaven was created after Anu created heaven. The marsh was made by the canals, which were made by the rivers, which were made by the planet. The marsh created the worm, and it began to cry in front of Shamash before Ea could stop him. What will you give me to eat? What are you going to give me for sucking? I'll give you the ripe fig. Moreover, the apricot. The apricot and the ripe fig are useless to me. Raise me to be among the teeth, and I dwell because of the gums. I'll chew on the gum and suck the blood from the tooth. Its origins, I take hold of its foot and fix the pin. Because of what you said. 0 worm, 1 May. E will strike you with the power of his hand. The theory of Egypt. Anunnaki, Sumerian, and Akkadian mythology share similarities with Egyptian mythology, but the distinctions are more notable. The physical environments in which the mythologies of the 2 civilizations were created share some surface similarities. Both nations were located in river valleys, and the nature of their rivers primarily shaped each nation's way of life. The proximity of vast deserts has impacted both nations' mythologies. However, the Tigris-Euphrates river system and the Nile River have completely different configurations and behaviors. Egypt is separated into the valley and the delta by the Nile's path. Watering a narrow strip of alluvial soil 6 to 12 miles wide, the Nile flows 500 miles between the sheer walls of the enormous rift in the Libyan plateau, from the first cataract down to Memphis, the modern Cairo. Immediately, the landscape shifts north of Memphis. The valley spreads like a huge fan, 60 miles long, with an arc of cliffs that diverge. It is 400 miles long and has countless arms through which the Nile empties into the Mediterranean. Thus, nature has produced both an African Egypt and a Mediterranean Egypt, according to the French scholar Moret. When we examine Egypt's mythology, we will find that the division between Upper and Lower Egypt has a profound impact on it. The Egyptians referred to these two lands as such, and the distinction between them is significant enough to leave a lasting impression on the nation's mythological and historical record. Mythology in the Middle East. Nearly every element of Egyptian belief and practice has been influenced by the forces that brought the two lands together to form a single monarchy. Long before the city-states of Sumer and Akkad had been compelled to some degree of unity under the first Amorite dynasty, a united kingdom had emerged in Egypt due to the critical need for central control over the distribution of the Nile's floodwaters. As a result, kingship in Egypt took on a completely different shape than it did in the Anunnaki, Sumerian, and Akkadian city-states. The myth of Etana demonstrates the Anunnaki Sumerian belief that kingship was sent down from heaven. The Anunnaki Sumerian monarchs, followed by the Babylonian and Anunnaki rulers, claim to have been selected and appointed by the gods. In rituals, they represented the gods, and in certain instances, they were elevated to a godly status after passing away. But in Egypt, the king was the god, not the god's representative. He was Horus when he was alive, and Osiris, lord of the dead, when he was dead. As a result, kingship and the Osiris-Horus cycle play a significant role in Egyptian mythology. Egypt's fascination with death and the afterlife, which led to the distinctive development of mummification and its associated myths and rituals, was closely tied to the Osiris cult and its mythology. Concurrent with the worship of Osiris, and perhaps more, the cult of the sun god Re, around whom another cycle of myths was gathered, had ancient roots. The Assyrian myths and those of the sun god were combined as a result of the gradual blending of the two cults. The third major component of Egyptian religion, the Nile, had a profound impact on all facets of Egyptian life. The Anunnaki Sumerian and Akkadian rivers cannot compare to the Nile River of Egypt, which was revered as a god and played a vital role in Egyptian mythology and ritual. Establishing a distinct pattern of Egyptian mythology is challenging due to the religion's extreme fluidity and the perplexing way the myths and characteristics of the different gods blend. Therefore, to give our account some structure, we will classify the myths of Egypt under the three headings of Osiris, Re, and the Nile. The myths of Oirion. The intricate system of myths and rituals revolving around the character of Osiris is based on three major themes. There is a political component first. The struggle that ultimately led to the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt into a single monarchy is reflected in the myth of Osiris and his brother Seth. And then there's the agricultural component. The god of vegetation is Osiris. He is a dying and rising god, much like Tammuz, who dies with the dying vegetation and comes back to life when it resurrects. The eschatological component comes in at number 3. Khenta-Menti, lord of the underworld, is Osiris. He is inextricably linked to the intricate mummification rite because he presides over the tribunal that decides the fate of the deceased souls. Plutarch's treatise, De Isid, contains the general outline of the myth of Osiris, and it is widely accepted that Plutarch's account is based on early Egyptian sources, including the pyramid texts. This narrative portrays Osiris as a cultural hero who imparted agricultural and metalworking skills to the ancient Egyptians. According to the myth, Osiris was the son of the earth god Geb and the goddess Isis, who was also his sister and wife. Together they ruled Egypt and assisted him in carrying out his charitable deeds. Plutarch's name for the god Seth, Typhon, killed Osiris in the 28th year of his rule. Seth and 72 other conspirators tricked Osiris into letting himself be imprisoned in a chest and tossed into the Nile during a feast. The chest was carried to Byblos after floating down the river through the mouth of the Tanatic Sea into the Mediterranean. This aspect of the myth is troubling because it is mirrored in the pyramid texts, where Osiris is referred to as the drowned one. In grief, Isis went to Byblos to find her husband and returned to Buto with the body in a coffin. According to Plutarch's account of the myth, a sycamore tree grew up around and enclosed the chest that held Osiris's body when it landed in Byblos. Admiring the tree's size and beauty, the Byblos king had it felled and turned into a pillar for his palace. When Isis discovered and identified what was inside the pillar, he pleaded with the Byblos king for it. According to the myth, Seth found the coffin containing Osiris's body while hunting under the moonlight. He then dismembered the body and scattered its fragments across Egypt. Isis resumed her search and found all of her husband's dispersed family members, except the membrum virile, which the Oxyrhynchus fish had eaten. After assembling the limbs, she performed magic ceremonies on the body and brought it back to life with the help of her sister, the goddess Nephthys. However, the risen Osiris did not stay on Earth. Instead, he became the king of the Western region, which is where the spirits of the dead reside. The myth's next section deals with Osiris's son, Horus, exacting revenge. The myth states that Isis used magic to conceive Horus from the dead Osiris. The young Horus dedicated his life to exacting revenge on his father and proving his legitimacy. He is frequently depicted in Egyptian art as a child sitting on a lotus bud. The protracted conflict between Horus and his followers and Seth and his followers is described in several places within the pyramid texts. One of Horus's eyes, an astral element in the myth that symbolizes the time of the moon's disappearance, is lost during the battle with Seth. The passage that follows details Horus's victory over Seth. Horus has arrived and embraced you, Osiris. He brought the followers of Seth to thee in bonds, after causing Thoth to turn away from them. He caused Seth's heart to fail because you are superior to him. You were born before him, and your virtue is greater than his. Geb put you in your proper place after recognizing your merits. The gods joined you and became your brothers because of Horus. The gods retaliated against you because of him. The enemy then flees far from you, after Geb places his sandal on his head. He was struck by your son Horus, who took his eye out of his hand and gave it to you. Your power and soul are found within. Horus has made you grasp your enemies so they can't get away from you. For Seth to bear you and shudder beneath you, Horus has seized him and put him beneath you. Horus has exacted revenge on you, Osiris. Other passages from the same source recount the declaration of Horus's legitimacy, to whom the gods' decree allows the kingdoms of Upper and Lower Egypt, and the vindication of Osiris before the tribunal of the gods, which Geb chairs. The Osiris-Horus myth must be assembled from a variety of sources, because it does not exist in a single literary form, in contrast to the Akkadian creation epic. The myth depicts the protracted struggle for dominance between Upper and Lower Egypt, which culminated in the unification of the two regions into a single kingdom, as well as the astral element previously mentioned. The pharaoh wore the united crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt, the white and the red, on ceremonial occasions, symbolizing the preservation of the original duality in many aspects of the Egyptian constitution. The institution of royal brother-sister marriage, which persisted in Egypt until Ptolemaic times, and the end of the monarchy, has a noteworthy etiological component. It should be mentioned that a lot of the myth's elements were portrayed in ritual. By raising the Djed tree, which stood in for the myth's sycamore tree, the resurrection of Osiris was ceremoniously performed. In addition, the women created clay statues of Osiris and threw them into the Nile during the month of Atha to symbolize the drowning myth. The sun god's myths of Re. The worship of the sun god was far more significant in Egypt than it was in Anunnaki, Sumerian, and Akkadian rituals and mythology. Shamash was the protector of justice, but he was never connected to creation myths or one of the strong triads of gods. However, according to Egyptian tradition, Re was the first king of Egypt and the creator of the world in the form of Atum. The cult of Re was centered in the city of Heliopolis, as its name implies, and it was probably there that the cults of Osiris and the sun god were combined during the Old Kingdom. A throne name indicating that the king was the son of Re was present in the cartouches, the traditional form in which the ceremonial titles of the pharaohs were inscribed, from that time in Egypt's history. The statue of the Horus falcon guarding the head of the pharaoh Khafra demonstrates how Horus is identified with Re and how kingship is associated with Re. Additionally, we discover that the order of access and coronation of the pharaoh is determined by the Osiris-Horus mythology, combined with the cult of Re. Here is a description of Thutmosis, the third's demise, and Amenhotep, the second's accession. King Thutmosis III ascended to heaven and became one with the disk of the sun. He had created him, and the god's body joined him. When the following day broke, the disk of the sun glowed, the sky grew brighter. His father crowned King Amenhotep II. As we've already seen, the deceased king transformed into Osiris, and the passage that was just quoted demonstrates how he joined forces with Re. Osiris and Re's mythologies have been fully merged. However, some aspects of the solar mythology differ from the myth of Osiris. Myths of creation. The creation myth takes on various forms due to the fluidity of Egyptian religion, which we have already covered. The fundamental experience of the sun's action on the slime left by the Nile flood's receding waters lies beneath them all. Although there is an Egyptian myth about a dragon being slain, to which we will return later, this event has nothing to do with creation, unlike the Akkadian epic of creation. The sun god, Atum Re, is shown sitting atop the primordial hillock and creating the gods who are in his following in the earliest version of the myth, which was subsequently altered by the theologies of Heliopolis and Memphis. However, Atum is portrayed as emerging from Nun, the primordial sea. The Ogdoad's actions caused Atum to appear in the form of my H, which belonged to Hermopolis in Middle Egypt. With 4 snakes and 4 frogs, these were intended to be animal forms that symbolized primordial chaos. Nun and his consort Naunet, Kuk and Kauket, Her and Hauhet, and finally Amun and Amaunet were their names. These chaotic elements are brought into order by Atum, who emerges from the waters, allowing them to appear in the texts as gods operating in their rightful places. According to the pyramid texts, an early version of the myth depicts Atum fertilizing himself and creating Shu and Tefnut, representing air and moisture. From this union, Geb and Nut, the earth god and the sky goddess, were born. In this instance, the Heliopolitan theology introduced the Osirian group's figures, forcing Geb and Nut to give birth to Osiris and Isis, alongside Seth and Nephthys, thereby completing the Heliopolitan Ennead. Memphis's wish to justify its significance as the new capital of Egypt's first dynasties gave rise to a different version of the myth. Memphis's native deity was Ptah, and the Memphite theology, the name given to the text that contains this version of the myth, changed the Heliopolitan Ennead by elevating Ptah above all other deities in the creation process. In the creation section of this amazing text, Ptah is compared to Nun, the primordial ocean. According to the text, Ptah created Atum and all the other gods of the Heliopolitan Ennead using his divine word. The Memphite theology's creed is succinctly summarized in the text that follows. Ta-Nun, the father of Atum, and Ptah, who sits on the great throne, the mother of Atum, Ptah Naunet, the Ennead, Ptah, who created the gods, is the heart and tongue of Ptah the Great. Mythology in Egypt. The heart and the tongue, which are deified as Horus and Thoth in the Egyptian concrete way of thinking, stand for speech and thought, which are the qualities of the Creator. Like Marduk, Ptah fixes the destinies, provides food for humanity, divides Egypt into provinces and cities, and assigns their places to the various local gods. Through his thoughts and speech, he creates the gods and brings order out of chaos. The final words of this account of Ptah's creative endeavors, and so Ptah rested or was satisfied after he had made everything, are unavoidably reminiscent of the concluding remarks of the priestly account of creation in Genesis. The connection between the Heliopolitan myth of Re as creator and the Memphite theology, which uses the myth as the foundation for incredibly subtle cosmological speculation, is made possible by the identification of Ptah with Atum Re. Interestingly, there is no particular place in Egyptian mythology for the creation of man. On the potter's wheel, we see depictions of Khnum creating humanity, and the god Khnum is mentioned in numerous Egyptian texts for this unique creative endeavor. Egyptian mythology places relatively little emphasis on the creation of humans because the distinction between humans and the gods is not as clear-cut as it is in Semitic religions. The ancient era of Re. Even though the Nile's floods were occasionally too frequent, the Tigris and Euphrates floods were the most destructive that the Egyptians had ever witnessed. Therefore, the Egyptian myth of a flood destroying humanity does not exist. On the other hand, Re is associated with a myth of the destruction of humanity. This myth says that as Re aged, he began to feel that his power over both men and gods was eroding. He called a meeting of the gods and informed them that men were betraying him. The eldest of the gods, Nun, was consulted by him and suggested that the Eye of Re, represented by the goddess Hathor, be sent against humanity. Hathor waded in blood and started the slaughter. However, Re did not want society to be destroyed, so he devised a plan to create 7,000 jars of barley beer that were dyed with red ochre to resemble blood. This was poured 9 inches deep into the fields. The goddess was seduced and drank until she lost her anger towards people, when she saw this flood shining in the morning and reflecting her face in its beauty. Thus, humanity was spared annihilation. The myth's preserved text has protected the body of a king who had passed away by acting as a magical incantation. It may also have an etiological component that explains how barley beer originated. The Apophis slaying. The demise of Re's adversary, the serpent Apophis, is mentioned in numerous magical texts. Similar to how Marduk is the god's agent in the Akkadian myth of the defeat of the dragon Tiamat, Seth is the agent of victory in one text. In another, Apophis is destroyed by the gods that Re has given birth to using their magical abilities. When these gods, rich in magic, spoke, it was the very spirit K of magic, for they were ordered to annihilate my enemies by the effective charms of their speech, and I sent out those who came into being from my body to overthrow that evil enemy, i.e., Apophis. Reads a passage from one of the magical papyri, which describes the god's actions. 7. A thorough explanation of the extent of the destruction is then given. Another passage that curses the Pharaoh's enemies states, "They, the king's enemies, shall be like the snake Apophis on New Year's morning." 8. In this passage, the snake represents the darkness that the sun vanquishes each morning as he sets out through the heavens in his celestial bark, particularly on New Year's morning. The triumph of Marduk over the dragon Tiamat during the Babylonian New Year's festival provides an intriguing analogy. Re's covert name. The magical power of a god's name is the subject of another fascinating solar myth. This myth states that Isis was adamant about discovering Re's secret name so she could utilize it in her magical concoctions. To do this, she made a snake and positioned it in the way that Re would emerge from his palace. When Re emerged, the snake sniffed a bit him, causing him to experience excruciating pains that led him to call for the god's assembly. Isis, who used her magical abilities, was one of the gods who joined the assembly in mourning. She went to him and pleaded with Isis to take his place. Isis claimed that she needed to know his name for her spell to be effective. Isis claimed that none of these were his covert power names, and that his sufferings were still unrelieved, despite her retelling him that he was Khepri in the morning, Re at noon, and Atum at night. At last he disclosed his code name, as long as Horus was the only one who knew it. Then Isis cast the spell that eliminated the snake's poison's effects by using Re's name of power. Instructions for using the spell to treat snakebite are provided at the end of the text. There are too many Egyptian myths about Re to list them all, but one more intriguing myth might be mentioned here. Thoth as Re's deputy. In this myth, Re commands Thoth to appear before him. As Thoth shows up, Re informs him that he will be Re's deputy and provide light in the underworld, while Re shines in the heavens where he belongs. "Look, I'm up here in the sky, where I belong," he says. "We will scribe you on the island of Baba and keep you there forever, because I will act in a way that will allow the light to shine in the underworld. For those who are in them, those who might rebel against me, and the followers of this unhappy being," perhaps a reference to Apophis, "to be in order, you will be in my place, a place taker. So you will be known as Thoth, the one who takes Re's place." This myth aims to explain why darkness is the home of Re's enemies, such as the underworld demons, while the moon provides light at night. Thoth is introduced in this myth as a moon deity who acts as Re's assistant. During the pre-dynastic era, Thoth was created as a moon deity and Re's deputy. Thoth was the god of the ibis, and the same myth explains how the ibis became the symbol of Thoth through the type of pun that the Egyptians were so accustomed to. Nilotic factors. Of course, the Nile is a significant figure in Egyptian mythology. As we've already seen, Egyptian thought tended to be both conservative and all-encompassing. As we have seen with the Osirian and Re mythologies, the Egyptians never threw anything away, but instead combined disparate and earlier systems into a synthesis. Thus, we discover that the myths of the Nile are intimately related to the cult of Re, and the funeral rites and myths of the Osiris cult. Under the name Hapi, the river was revered as a deity. In the Vatican Museum, a well-known statue of the Nile god shows him lounging while holding a cornucopia and ears of corn, encircled by 16 cubit-high children. This represents the idea that famine would result if the Nile flood dropped below 16 cubits. An image of the two Niles bringing papyrus, lotus, and different types of food and drink can be found on a tomb at Abydos. Akhenaton's well-known hymn to the Aton, or sun disk, contains the myth of the two Niles. The Nile is said to have been created by Aton in the underworld, and brought forth to support the Egyptian people. He also causes foreigners to receive water from the heavenly Nile. Nonetheless, the connection between Nilotic mythology and the Osiris myth is its most significant feature. Ramesses IV declares in a hymn to Osiris, "Thou art the Nile, gods and men live from thy outflow." As we have seen, Osiris's drowning and Isis's subsequent discovery of him are essential aspects of the Osiris myth. According to Plutarch, the priests filled a golden vessel with sweet water during the nighttime descent to the river during the month of Atha. As they did so, the attendants exclaimed, "Osiris is found." 10 Osiris's drowning and subsequent discovery in the Nile are both crucial to Egypt's seasonal rites. The drowning or death of Osiris, his discovery by Isis, and his resurrection through the magical arts of Isis and Nephthys were mythologized as the pivotal moments in the yearly rise and fall of the Nile. Every mythical detail was performed in rituals. It must also not be forgotten. The roles of kingship in Egypt were inextricably linked to all of this Osiris-Nile mythology and ritual. Ugaritic mythology. We now shift our focus from the myths of the two great civilizations, Babel and Egypt, to the Canaanite region, which is inhabited exclusively by Semitic-speaking people. Apart from tidbits of tradition preserved in the works of late Greek historians, like Philo of Byblos, not much was known about the mythology of Canaan until the first quarter of the current century. However, a wealth of information about this previously uncharted area was revealed in 1928, with the discovery of the now famous Ras Shamra tablets on the location of the ancient northern Syrian city of Ugarit, which was mentioned in Egyptian, Babylonian, and Hittite records. One of the many tablets found at Ras Shamra, or Ugarit, was written in a script that looked like cuneiform, but was unknown to cuneiform specialists. The few signs used raised the possibility that the script was alphabetic, and it was quickly discovered that this assumption was accurate. The tablets in question turned out to be in a 20-letter alphabet, Y-eagle matters, a language that had never been found before. It has been established that this language, now known as Ugaritic, is a Semitic language. Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic are all closely related to the Semitic languages. The tablets were dated to the 14th century BC based on references found in them, but the Canaanite myths and legends they contain are unquestionably much older. The text is frequently ambiguous, presenting numerous ambiguities and necessitating careful interpretation, and many of the tablets are broken. However, the myth's basic contours are well established enough to allow for a trustworthy description of them. 3 categories can be used to group the Canaanite myths and legends found in these texts. The most extensive group centers on the exploits and adventures of the god Baal, as well as his interactions with the other gods of the Canaanite pantheon. Many of these gods and goddesses have Old Testament names with which we are familiar, and Hebrew poetry has incorporated elements of Ugaritic mythology. The Epic of Keret, king of Hubur, makes up the second cycle. Like the Epic of Gilgamesh, the poem might have historical roots. However, it is challenging to distinguish between mythological and legendary elements, and it is nearly impossible to exclude them from a description of Canaanite mythology. The story or legend of Akkad, the son of Danel, another fabled Canaanite king, makes up the third cycle. Like the previous story, this one contains so much mythical content that it warrants inclusion here. The Baal myths. It is impossible to ascertain the original order of the 7 Baal myth tablets, or whether the episodes made up a cohesive story, similar to the Babylonian Epic of Creation, due to their extreme damage. Additionally, the texts lack vowel points, and despite being Semitic, the language remains unexplored mainly. Many aspects are still unclear. and scholars' interpretations of the Ugaritic material vary considerably. A comparison between the more recent translations of Ginsberg, Gaster, Gordon, and Driver, and the earlier translations of Virolod demonstrates both the significant degree of agreement that has been reached and the extent to which translations can vary. Scholars have generally reached a consensus regarding the episodes chosen here to depict the Baal myth's protagonist, the waters and the myth of Baal. The high and the low are the characters that show up in this episode. El is frequently referred to as the Bull One, the father of the gods who dwell in the field of Ebal, the god of fertility, who is also known as the rider of the clouds, and is associated with lightning and thunder. He is also known as Hadad, who is frequently referred to as the rider of the clouds and as the god of lightning and thunder, sometimes Jel FCF Hadad. Next is Yam-Nahar, the god of the seas and rivers. He and Baal have a feud, with El favoring the sun goddess Shapesh the Ugaritic. In the myth we are about to recount, Yam-Nahar sends messengers to the council of the gods to demand that it be delivered. The gods bow their heads in fear, and El promises that Baal will be turned over to the Gers of Yam-Nahar. Next, Kothar-u-Kasis equips Baal with two magic weapons, Yagrush, Hazer, and Ayaimur, Driver. Baal attacks Yam-Nahar with Yagrush and strikes him on the chest, but Yam is not subdued. He then strikes Yam on the forehead with Aimur and knocks him to the ground. He then proposes to end Yam, but is restrained by Ashtoreth, who reminds him that Yam is now their captive. He is ashamed and spares his defeated foe. In his A1 organic form, Nahar symbolizes the hostile side of the sea and the rivers, threatening to overflow and destroy the earth. In contrast, Baal symbolizes the positive side of things other than rain. Baal rides the clouds, sending thunder and lightning to demonstrate his might, while also giving the benevolent rains in their season to make the earth fertile. When examining Hebrew mythology, we can see how much of the Baal myth was adopted by the Hebrews and passed on to Yahweh when they settled in the land of Canaan. In another version of the myth, Baal's victory over the forces of chaos and disorder is portrayed as the slaying of the seven-headed dragon Lotan, the Hebrew Leviathan, which seems to have been inspired by the Akkadian tale of Marduk's defeat of the dragon Tiamat, the killing of Baal's enemies by Ananth. This episode is related to the story of Baal's conquest of Yam-Nahar and contains echoes of the Egyptian myth of Hathor's destruction of humanity. In celebration of Baal's victory over Yahweh, the goddess Anath, Baal's sister orders a great feast to be prepared in Baal's palace on Mount Zaphon, the mountain of the gods in the sides of the north, which is often mentioned in Hebrew poetry as a divine abode. Anath adorns herself with rouge and henna for the feast, and she approaches the palace doors and gets ready to slay all of Baal's enemies, girding herself with the heads and hands of the slain and wading in blood. The final detail is when Hathor slaughters Re's enemies, the construction of Baal's home. Following Marduk's triumph over Tiamat, it will be remembered. The Epic of Creation recounts how the gods constructed the temple of Esagila for Marduk, and similarly he and his sister Anath request permission from El to build Baal's house. Anath, the Lady Asherah of the sea, will ask El for permission to build Baal's house. So she saddles her ass and travels north to Mount Zaphon, to El's pavilion. She flatters El and gets his approval for Baal to have a house built. The text is unclear, but even though Baal already has a house made of cedar, he does not think that brick and lapis lazuli are worthy of the place among the gods to which he aspires. His sister Anath rushes to tell him that El has given him permission. stating, "When Thar arrives, he is greeted with great honor and feasted." A curious argument then breaks out between Baal and Kothar over whether or not the new house should have a window. Kothar insists that the house should have a window. Still, Baal uses it to ground his power and does not want Yam to be able to spy on Baal's concubines. 1. Nevertheless, Kothar ultimately prevails, giving the house a window that lets him unleash rain, thunder, and lightning. It is celebrated with a lavish feast, to which Baal invites all of his relatives, as well as the 70 children of Asherah. At the feast, Baal proclaims his supremacy and his refusal to pay homage to El's new favorite, Tod-T10T, the god of sterility and the underworld. The following episodes center on the conflict between Baal and Mot. After defeating the waters, represented by Yam, Baal now faces the threat of the barren steppe, represented by Mot. The name Mot is likely related to the Hebrew word mot, meaning death. It has been proposed that there is a reference to Mot in Pas 48:14, rather than the authorized version's rendering of the verse's final clause, "He will be our guide, even unto death." Some scholars would render, "He will lead us against Mot." Hebrew theology. Compared to most of the ancient material we have already come across, we are in a more secure position when it comes to the literature of Israel. The unpainted text of the Ugaritic tablets and their mutilated state pose significant obstacles to a thorough comprehension of the myths and legends they contain, and the Anunnaki Sumerian language still poses many complex translation challenges. However, Israel's literature, which spans almost a millennium, has survived in such a remarkable way that the meaning of the text itself is largely unaffected by significant translation challenges. There is no denying that the Old Testament is rich in mythological material, and it raises issues unrelated to the mythologies of the surrounding countries. The tradition of the two initial migrations of peoples into Canaan, which marked the beginning of Israel's history, can be traced back to the sagas of the Book of Genesis. From the Chaldean city of Ur in the mid-18th century BC, see Fransanchi D. The first of these, led by Abraham, referred to as the Hebrew in the early sources, arrived, and eventually made their home close to Hebron. Jacob, also known as Israel, the eponymous ancestor of the Israelites, led the second, somewhat later group of Arameans, who were either nomadic or semi-nomadic, and eventually settled in the Shechem area. Towards the end of the 13th century BC, a third wave of Hebrew settlers arrived in Canaan from the south and east, including some tribes who had escaped Egypt after a protracted period of settlement there. They were all pastoral people who eventually became the people of Israel. When they arrived in Canaan, they discovered that the land was already populated by Semites who had lived there for a long time but had a predominantly agricultural economy. The description of Canaanite mythology that has already been provided illustrates the kind of religion and ritual that farmers practiced, and it was to this kind of religious practice that the newcomers had to adjust. Extermination was the declared policy of the invading Hebrews, according to the late and somewhat sloppily written account of Hebrew settlement in the book of Joshua. However, prior narratives and the testimony of Israel's prophets suggest that the newcomers embraced Canaanite agricultural practices and seasonal feasts, which continued until the exile, despite objections from the prophets. The current version of the Old Testament is the result of centuries of editing activity. As ideas about Yahweh's character evolved through the prophets' teachings, many aspects were suppressed or altered during this process. Three major issues arise when studying Old Testament mythology, as this process significantly influenced the mythological content of the Old Testament. We must first ask where the myths that we find there came from and what their original form was. Next, we must ask what changes the Hebrew writers or editors made to the mythical material they took from Canaanite or other sources. And finally, we must ask whether Israel created any myths of its own. The majority of the mythological content found in the first 11 chapters of Genesis was compiled by the final editors of the Old Testament. We'll talk about other myths and legends later. They are scattered throughout Israel's sagas and poetry. Myths of creation. The two creation stories found in the first 2 chapters of Genesis correspond to 2 different phases in the evolution of the Israelite religion. Chapter 1-2:4 A contains the first, while Chapter 2:4-L25 contains the second. Scholars generally agree that the first was caused by the editorial activity of writers following the exile. However, the second has been attributed to a much earlier era in Israel's history, perhaps the earliest days of the monarchy. Although there are indications of editorial activity, it appears to have been written by a single person in its current form. The best way to visualize the differences between the 2 accounts is to present them in tabular form. Chapter 1-2:4a. The universe was initially in a state of watery chaos. 6 distinct operations, each associated with a single day, comprise Elohim's division of the work of creation. The creation order is A. Light. B. Heaven or the firmament. Chapter 2:4-25. The universe began as a barren, waterless wasteland with no vegetation. Yahweh Elohim is tasked with the task of creation, and no time is specified for this task. The creation order is A. A man composed of dust. B. To the east of the garden, Eden. C. Earth, the arid land. The sea and the earth split apart. D. 3 orders of vegetation. E. The sun, moon, and stars are the celestial bodies. F. Fish and birds. G. Males and females, as well as animals and humans. The tree of life and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil are among the trees of all kinds that fall under this category. D. Beasts, birds, and animals. Fish are not mentioned. E. A woman made from a man. Other versions of the creation myth might have existed in Israel in addition to these 2 primary narratives, as evidenced by the numerous allusions to divine activity in creation found in Hebrew poetry. A. In Pieces. According to 74:12-17, Yahweh created day and night, the heavenly bodies, and the order of the seasons after defeating the many-headed Leviathan in a battle with the waters. In the Akkadian Epic of creation, we have already seen one. Following his defeat of the chaos dragon Tiamat, Marduk orders the universe and constructs Esagila. The majority of scholars also agree that the chaos dragon Tiamat is mentioned in the Hebrew word T-Ischem, which is used to describe the abyss of waters in Genesis 1:2. We will return to this point later. However, in the section from Season 74, the Ugaritic Lotan, the dragon that Baal killed, shares the same name as the water dragon Leviathan. Therefore, the Canaanite version of the myth might have been familiar to the Hebrew poet. The battle with Mot, which finally resulted in Baal's victory, is another example of Baal's struggle against the forces of destruction. PS refers to this aspect of the Ugaritic myth. It is likely that the passage from Psalm 48:14, which reads in the Revised Version, "For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide even unto death," was reinterpreted as, "God abideth, forever is our leader again." Death, Hebrew Mot, and linked to the Ugaritic myth. The same source is connected to 74. However, no Ugaritic myth of creation has been found to date, unless we consider the myth of building a house for Baal to be symbolic of creative activity. B. In Pisa. Several characteristics of the creation myth are present in 104, which serves as a meditation on Yahweh's involvement in creation. Although it isn't an enemy, Leviathan is mentioned. In parallel to Ea's aquatic home, Yahweh places the beams of his chambers in the water. In the Ugaritic texts, Baal is referred to as riding upon the clouds. The creation of the sun and moon, as well as the arrangement of the seasons, are mentioned. C. Job 38, one of the finest works of Hebrew poetry, was most likely written in the late post-exilic period and contains traces of the creation myth that are independent of the two primary versions found in Genesis 1 and 2. Here, Yahweh is said to have laid the earth's foundations on sockets when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy. This aspect of the myth is unique to the Old Testament. Still, it is echoed in the Akkadian Epic of creation, where the gods rejoice over Marduk's victory, and in the feast that Baal prepared for the gods and goddesses to commemorate the construction of his palace. Hitherto shalt thou come, but no further. And here shall thy proud waves be stayed, verse RR, is another example of how Yahweh tamed the sea. Two references to Leviathan can be found in Job, a description of Leviathan in chapter 41, which is usually interpreted as a reference to the crocodile, and a mysterious reference to those who are skillful to rouse up Leviathan, 3:8. In this instance, the monster has been fully demythologized. According to the former reference, Leviathan may be used in spells. He stilleth the sea with his power, and by his understanding he smiteth through Rahab. By his spirit the heavens are beautiful, or adorned. His hand hath pierced the swift, or fleeing, serpent. We find another reference to the slaying of the chaos dragon, the taming of the sea, and the ordering of creation under the name Rahab, the arrogant one, in 26:12-3. The ancient creation myth structure has broken down and been poeticized in the book of Job. D. Lastly, the post-exilic prophet's writings incorporate the myth of the chaos dragon into eschatology. In Isaiah, Yahweh with his sore and great and strong sword shall punish Leviathan with his swift serpent, and Leviathan with his crooked or winding serpent. And he shall slay the dragon that is in the sea, says an oracle in Isaiah 27:1, which is introduced by the distinctive phrase, in that day. We discover another transformation of the same myth in 51.9-10. As a symbolic allusion to Israel's deliverance from Egypt, it has been historicized. Awake, awake, put on strength, 0 arms of the Lord, as in the days of old, the generations of ancient times. Are you not the one who pierced the dragon and sliced Rahab to pieces? Are you not the one who dried up the sea and the waters of the great deep, creating a passageway for the ransom to cross the sea's depths? We can now go back to the two creation accounts that the editor of Genesis positioned next to each other at the start of that book. Despite being abandoned by one school of Old Testament scholars and significantly altered by others, the Graf-Wellhausen documentary Hypothesis, which analyzed the Pentateuch into the number of literary sources represented by the symbols J, E, D, H, and P, remains a valuable tool for differentiating between the various strata in the Pentateuch and the early historical books. The letter P usually denotes the first of the two creation stories we are now discussing. It is credited to the priestly editors who organized and collected the customs of Israel following the exile. The letters J-E stand for the second. It is considered to be the collaborative work of the Elohist and the Yahwist. These names denote two schools, or perhaps individual authors, that edited Israel's ancient traditions that were either written down or preserved orally during the early years of the monarchy. The symbols represent how Yahweh and Elohim are used in the two schools respectively. We will now examine these two versions independently and contrast their features. The second will be taken into consideration first, since it is the earlier of the two. The E version. The comparative table on page 106 shows that the Yahwist was documenting the universe's pre-creation state in the tradition, which differed significantly from the source used by the priestly writer. It should be noted that neither of these narratives addresses the issue that confronts the contemporary mind, the problem of an absolute beginning or creation ex nihilo. Both assume that there is a material world and address the issue of how the ordered universe in which life is possible came to be. Instead of creating matter out of nothing, the act of creation in both of these stories involved bringing order out of chaos. According to Yahweh's tradition, the scene of the Creator's activity was initially an empty wasteland, devoid of rain and the vegetation that rain brings. The image depicted in the source of the priestly writers is significantly different from this one. There, as in the Egyptian and Babylonian myths, the primordial state of the universe is a watery chaos. In the day when Yahweh God made the earth and heaven, and no plant of the field was yet in the earth, and no herb of the field had yet sprung up. For Yahweh God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground, is the first sentence in the J.E. account. The Mesopotamian myth's viewpoint is reflected in the P description of watery chaos. However, according to the Yahwist tradition, Yahweh's creative activities are depicted as soil, Adama, which may be fertile but is waste and barren until Yahweh brings rain to fertilize it and makes man till it. The fertility of both the Tigris-Euphrates delta and the Nile Valley depended on river irrigation. Nonetheless, the consistent autumn and spring rains, which were considered Yahweh's unique gift, have always been essential to Palestine's agricultural success. Because of this, the background is Palestinian rather than Mesopotamian or Egyptian, and it symbolizes the early Canaanite idea of how life and agriculture in Canaan first appeared. However, a mysterious event that cannot be attributed to Yahweh's act occurred before the rain, as implied in verse 5. According to verse 9, something soaked the ground's surface, Adama, the soil, after rising from the earth. The Hebrew word ed is rendered to assist in both the authorized version and the revised version. It appears only once in Job 36:27, and its meaning is highly subjective. According to the versions, it means fountain or spring, something bursting from the earth's depths, and this meaning is more appropriate for the situation at hand. It is suggested that the soil is prepared for the first creative act by being soaked by an unexplained water outbreak. Like a potter, Yahweh then shapes man from the damp earth. The regular word used for the potter's operations is the Hebrew word used here for made, not the one used in the P account, 127. The creation of man is portrayed in the different Mesopotamian creation myths as a magical process in which some of the gods essentially create man out of clay to serve them. According to the Babylonian Epic of creation, the god Marduk creates humans out of clay and king's blood after defeating the monster Tiamat. The breath of life is put into man's nostrils by Yahweh. who replaces the blood of God as the vital principle in the Yahwist's source. In Egyptian mythology, the god Khnum is depicted as creating the first man and woman on a potter's wheel, thereby further establishing the notion that a divine potter is responsible for creating humans. However, other details of the story suggest that the Yahwist's source for the Palestinian myth is likely to be Mesopotamian. After that, Yahweh creates a variety of trees from the same soil, and in the original version of verse 15, he gives the man he made from the soil the responsibility of tilling and tending to the soil. As we will see later, the Yahwist has placed a part of the paradise story into an inappropriate context, as demonstrated by the Hebrew translation of verse 15. Yahweh then shapes animals and birds out of the soil to see if they can help the man. Since the man doesn't think any of these are appropriate for this purpose, Yahweh overwhelms him with a magic sleep. The Hebrew word trademark denotes a supernatural sleep. See Genesis 15:12, and removes a rib. The Hebrew word also means side, and builds it into a woman. The man recognizes the woman as his counterpart when he awakens from his paranormal sleep, and in 3:20 he gives her the name Hawa, Eve, which means life. In 2-3, she is also referred to as Isha, which is not a proper name, but rather the Hebrew word for wife, the feminine form of Ish, meaning man or husband. Cf. Rivalry 2:16. This is the general framework of the old Palestinian creation myth that the Yahwist has utilized to construct his story. We now discover that he has incorporated the myth of paradise, which has an entirely different origin, into this one with its Palestinian coloring. Yahweh planted a garden in Eden to the east, according to 2:8. The two mythical trees are introduced into the story in verse 9b. The Garden of Eden is substituted for the original soil in verse 15, and in verses 16 through 17, it is forbidden to eat the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden. The nature of the tree was most likely not disclosed in the initial version of the ban. The tale of man's first disobedience, the serpent's cunning, the eating of the forbidden fruit, and its repercussions, as well as the expulsion of the guilty couple from the garden, follows next. Many academics contend that the semi-mythical geography of paradise in 2:10-14 is an editorial gloss that incorporates extremely antiquated notions about the location of paradise, rather than being part of the Yahweh story. Even without these verses where the Mesopotamian coloring is evident, we can see that the background of the paradise myth differs from that of the Palestinian creation myth, which the Yahwist has incorporated into his story. Far to the east, in an area known as Eden, is where Yahweh planted the garden. Although the Old Testament makes multiple references to a place called Eden, 2 Kings 19:12, Ezekiel 27:23, Amos 1:5. The Eden of this old legend belongs to the land east of the sun, west of the moon, rather than any specific location. It has been conceivable that the garden was imagined to emerge magically from the sandy wastes of the waterless steppe, as the Akkadian word Edinu means plain or steppe. The contrast between the Bedouins' desert wanderings, where only a miracle of divine power could create a garden, and the well-watered soil of his land, Deuteronomy 8-7, may have been what the Yahwist had in mind. One of the prophet's favorite ideas is that Yahweh's power created an Eden in the wilderness. Another version of the paradise myth can be found in the book of Ezekiel. There are elements in 28:12-19 that are absent from the myth's Genesis adaptation. According to Ugaritic mythology, the garden is located in the mountain of the gods, known as the covering cherub, and walking up and down amid the stones of fire. Tyre is home to the king god. There is music, and this resident of the God's garden is ultimately expelled as a pagan. Job 15:7-8, where the first man is said to have wisdom and to have heard God's secret counsel, alludes to the idea of the garden dweller as the embodiment of wisdom. Therefore, it is evident that the Yahwist is utilizing a myth, which was a part of ancient Hebrew tradition, to further his goals. We must discuss the origin of the myth and how the Yahwist has utilized it. The concept of a divine garden, where death and illness do not exist, and wild animals do not prey on one another, is a recurring theme in Anunnaki Sumerian mythology, according to recent studies on Anunnaki Sumerian mythology. The Anunnaki Sumerian poem, which Dr. Kramer has dubbed the Epic of Emmekar, describes this earthly paradise. The purity and cleanliness of the land of Dilmun are both present. The land of Dilmun is a bright, clean place. In Dilmun, the lion did not kill, the raven did not cry, and the kite did not cry. The wolf, not the lamb, was snatched. The dog that killed children and the boar that devoured grain were unknown. I am sick-eyed is not what the sick-eyed say. I am sick-headed is not what the sick-headed say. It's an elderly woman who doesn't say, I am an old woman, and an elderly man who doesn't say, I am an old man. The maid is not bathed, and the city is not filled with sparkling water. Who says no as they cross the river of death? The singer doesn't scream. The wailing priests walk around him. He does not groan by the city's side. After the flood, Utnapishtim and his wife were permitted to live in Dilmun, which later became the home of the immortals in the Semitic editing of the Anunnaki Sumerian myths, Ps 49. It was situated at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. The Anunnaki Sumerian myth states that the sun god Utu was commanded by the god Enki, or Ea, to bring fresh water from the earth to water the garden, because fresh water was the only thing Dilmun lacked. This could be the origin of the enigmatic Ed. According to the Enki and Ninhursag myth, 8 plants grew in the god's garden as a result of the mother goddess Ninhursag. Enki sent his messenger Isimud to retrieve these plants because he wanted to eat them. After Enki devoured them one by one, Ninhursag cursed Enki with death in her wrath. Because of the curse, Enki was on the verge of death as disease attacked 8 of his body's organs. Enlil could do nothing to help the mighty gods, who were in dismay. Enlil convinced Ninhursag to return and address the matter. She produced 8 goddesses of healing, who then restored the ailing areas of Enki's body. The goddess Ninti, also known as the Lady of the Rib, was made to deal with God's rib. However, Ninti can be interpreted as the Lady of Life, because the Anunnaki Sumerian word has 2 meanings, life and rib. As we've seen, Adam gave the woman he fashioned from his rib the name Hawa, which means life in the Hebrew myth. Thus, this somewhat rudimentary Anunnaki Sumerian myth is the source of one of the most peculiar aspects of the Hebrew myth of the Garden of Eden. There are notable similarities between other aspects of the Yahwist's version of the Paradise myth and other Akkadian myths. A recurring theme is the value of knowledge, which is invariably regarded as magical. Themes of death, illness, and the pursuit of immortality are explored in both the Adapa myth and the Epic of Gilgamesh. The point that the Akkadian myths were preoccupied with the themes that arise in the story of Yahwist's paradise will be demonstrated by these and other examples that we have mentioned. The people living in the Tigris-Euphrates Valley had to deal with a variety of natural phenomena. There were the devastating floods, the need for constant fieldwork to extract the means of subsistence from the reluctant soil, the mysteries of childbirth, life and death, illness and suffering, and the serpent's hidden ways. Therefore, knowing these things was crucial, not to quench one's curiosity about their origins, but to manipulate or appease the enigmatic forces that underlie them. Understanding good and evil was not the same as understanding friendly and hostile forces, or how to control them through powerful incantations and rituals. But as we have seen, each of the rituals had a spoken component, the myth, which had the same magical power as the action it described and accompanied. The myths of paradise, creation, the flood, and other similar stories originated from this region and were subsequently incorporated into the customs of the people influenced by Mesopotamian culture. The Yahwist discovered this material in his people's traditions and incorporated it into a narrative that reflected his personal views on the relationship between God and humanity, which formed the basis of the ancient garment he has so expertly preserved. We should consider what the Hebrew author, whom we refer to as the Yahwist, has done with the myths we have discussed before examining the priestly version of the creation myth. Editorial revisions had already been made to the ancient and primitive Anunnaki Sumerian myths as a result of the Semitic people's settlement in Mesopotamia. Let's contrast the Anunnaki Sumerian myths with the Babylonian epic of creation. The suppression of many coarser elements reveals a higher level of literary skill. However, the myths remained essentially unchanged because the Semitic settlers had similar general conceptions of the universe to their Anunnaki Sumerian forebears. However, we find that a fundamental shift has occurred when we examine the revision and reshaping that the Hebrew author has done to the myths. His approach to the traditional material is guided by an idea that was completely different from the perspective of the people who wrote or passed down the old myths. Looking back at Israel's history, he sees an intelligent design that makes it possible to discern the actions of a moral, all-powerful, and all-wise God. Creation is the starting point of the design, which the author follows through the divine selection of his people, Israel, as its instrument, and into a future whose conclusion is, like the beginning, described in terms of myth. The Yahwist is penning what has been aptly dubbed salvation history and Heilsgeschichte. Subsequently, Hebrew authors frequently maintained that humans did not witness the divine act of creation. Where wast thou when I laid the foundations of the earth? Is an ironic question that the author of the book of Job poses to Job. Job 38:4. Therefore, myth is the only way to describe the start and finish of that salvation history that the Hebrew author is documenting. The myth's images and symbols, the dragon's death, the garden, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and the serpent, all serve as a language to convey ideas that are impossible to articulate in any other way. Despite being episodic and isolated in their original context, the numerous myths in Genesis 1 through 11 that we have not yet examined come together to form a cohesive story whose theme is the emergence of a divine purpose. The P version. Cyrus's liberal policy allowed a small group of exiles from Babylon to return, and they rebuilt the Temple of Jerusalem. The cult brought back a class of priestly individuals known as scribes, the model of whom is Ezra, the priest and scribe. They then started to focus on their people's historical and legal traditions. We know from internal evidence, as well as from later Jewish literature, that the efforts of these learnt and devout men are what gave Israel's literature its current form, the collection of books we refer to as the Old Testament. There is little doubt that they drew on the account of the early history of humanity and the Hebrews' ancestors, as presented by the Yahwist and Elohist, among the documents used to compile the records of Israel. According to the documentary hypothesis, J and E's distinct stories had already been merged and edited through multiple stages. The priestly editor has largely preserved the Yahwist's account of creation and paradise, allowing us to assume that he accepted the religious perspective of the story and agreed with it as it was presented. But, as we have already seen, he has prefixed T to the J account of creation, which is different from the J account in several crucial ways. As with the J account, we must therefore ask what the priestly account sources are, what P's religious significance is, and why he felt the need to add a second account of creation to the J account. The middle of 24 marks the transition between the P and JE traditions. The final words of the P account, "These are the generations," Hebrew Toldoth, "of the earth and heavens at the time of their creation," encapsulate the divine act that was previously described. As we have already seen, the creation process in both Egyptian and Babylonian myths entails a cycle of begetting. A genealogical table from the earlier Anunnaki Sumerian version of the myth is included in the first few lines of the Akkadian Epic of creation. Though it has been demythologized, the idea that creation was an act of procreation has persisted in the P account in the word generations, but it has completely lost its original meaning. As we've already seen, the J account's overall background is Mesopotamian. Nonetheless, an intense Palestinian coloring indicates that the Mesopotamian content was assimilated by Canaanite culture before its use by the Hebrew author. It has long been acknowledged that the story of creation told by the priestly writer and the story found in the Babylonian Epic of creation share many similarities. The primeval state of the universe in J's account is a chaotic mess of waters, as opposed to the waterless waste, which is his depiction of the initial state of affairs before the onset of Yahweh's creative activities. The primordial state, described in the Anunnaki, Sumerian and Babylonian versions of the creation myth, closely resembles this state. And the deep is the Hebrew word for the chaos of waters. Most people agree that this word is a Hebrew corruption of the Babylonian name Tiamat, which was the primordial chaos dragon that Marduk killed before bringing order out of chaos. In the Enuma Elish, Marduk divides Tiamat's body in half and fixes half of it in the heavens to maintain the position of the waters above, as we saw on page 45. This situation is consistent with the P account of the firmament's creation, which describes it as a solid vault that extends above the earth. See Job 38:4u. The P account of the successive acts of creation on the 6 days also bears a general resemblance to the Babylonian order of creation. Therefore, it is hard to avoid the conclusion that the original form of the creation story upon which the priestly writer is relying is ultimately of Babylonian origin, unmodified, as was J.E.'s material, by Canaanite influence, even though the priestly writer completely transformed the Babylonian material. However, we still need to address the reasons why the priestly writer included a second account after the one he discovered in the Yahwist's document, and why the priestly account is organized in the 7-day formal sequence. Recall that Ezra was a member of a scribes' guild or school, and that the members were priests. They were primarily interested in the temple and the cult. They had a literary, not a historical, attitude towards the material they were working with. They were the ones who first arranged the Pentateuch and the rest of the Old Testament in sections for use in public worship, and they were the ones who assigned the Psalms to their appropriate use at the major festivals of the Hebrew sacred year. Their main goal was to maintain and update the customary sequence of the seasonal festivals. Scholars' recent studies have demonstrated that the Hebrews were used to celebrating a New Year festival from a very early time, and that the festival's main features were similar to those of the ancient Mesopotamian cities. In addition to reenacting the god's victory over Tiamat and chanting a hymn of praise to Marduk under his 50 divine names, this festival featured the king being enthroned as the representative of the god Asher or Marduk. At the moment in the ritual where God came back to life, the epic of creation was chanted as a magical incantation of life-giving power, and it held a special place in Babylonian ceremonies. According to recent research, the enthronement of Yahweh and the celebration of his magnificent deeds served as the focal point of the ritual, and the Hebrew New Year festival shared characteristics with the Babylonian festival. As we've already seen, the story of Yahweh's victory over the chaos dragon and the allusions to creation in Psalms have been preserved in Hebrew poetry. Dependency on the P account of creation is demonstrated in 104. Additionally, it should be noted that this account is shaped more like a strophical arrangement, with a recurring refrain than a narrative, as in the J account. Its structure and form imply a liturgical intent. Furthermore, we are aware that the Hebrew New Year festival lasted for 7 days, which offers a comprehensible explanation for why the acts of creation were arranged in 7 distinct periods. Therefore, it is proposed that the priests read the portions of the J account of creation during the New Year festival. That General 1 to 2.4a formed a liturgy of creation that the priests chanted during the event, and that it would naturally be at the start of the entire section that dealt with Yahweh's creative activities in the role that would be used during the New Year liturgy. The Cain and Abel myth. As we've already mentioned, the Yahwist gathered a collection of myths from his people's tradition and organized them into a continuous narrative to portray the history of humanity and his people, Israel, as salvation history. Because of man's disobedience, the order that Yahweh established during the act of creation has been disrupted, throwing the world back into chaos. The Hebrew author has tasked himself with documenting both the terrible consequences of humanity's violation of the bond formed between it and the Creator at creation, and Yahweh's ongoing efforts to restore what had been destroyed. To achieve this, the Yahwists have chosen a myth that illustrates the first effect of the initial catastrophe, which is the disintegration of the family bond, with brothers murdering one another. Upon closer examination of the narrative, it becomes evident that the Cain-Abel incident comes from a different source and is part of a unique cycle of an old tradition that gave rise to the creation myth and the Garden of Eden. It is simple to see how the Yahwist has combined disparate traditions within the myth itself, and how the myth of Cain and Abel is fictitiously connected to the myth of paradise. According to the Yahwist narrative, Adam and Eve's children, Cain and Abel, were born following their expulsion from Eden. His brother is portrayed as a pastoralist, while Cain is an agriculturalist. The brothers present Yahweh with offerings. Abel brings firstlings from his flock, and Cain brings the earth the results of his labor. His brother's offering is accepted, but Cain's is turned down. Cain murders his brother out of jealousy over his brother's acceptance and rage over the rejection of his offer. The story continues by recounting how Yahweh cursed Cain, how he fled the scene of the murder, and how Yahweh gave him a protective mark. Later, Cain settles in the land of Nod, builds a city, and is the ancestor of descendants who are said to have started civilization. When the myth is closely examined in its biblical narrative form, it becomes clear that it is composed of several separate mythological and sagatic threads that were initially unrelated to the paradise myth. Adam and Eve, Cain, and Abel are the only living beings in the world where the Yahwist has set the episode. However, the myth assumes that Cain is terrified of human retribution. He declares, "Everyone that findeth me shall slay me." The sacrifice ceremony is presumed to have been performed, and a level of civilization has been attained that suggests the construction of cities, metalworking skills, and the use of musical instruments. All of this is entirely at odds with the origins of life on Earth following the expulsion from the Garden of Eden. Upon examining the myth, it becomes clear that the Yahwist, or the sources he references, have combined 3 distinct traditions. A. The first of these threads depicts the old conflict between the cultivated land and the desert, between the pastoral nomad and the settled soil tiller. As we have already seen, this theme is the focus of the Anunnaki Sumerian myth of Dumuzi and Enkidu, page 35, in which the shepherd god Dumuzi and the farmer god Enkidu compete with one another over offerings made in honor of Ishtar. However, the myth's tragic conclusion is absent in this version. B. The outline of a well-developed ritual myth is found in the second strand. It suggests a developed stage of society with well-established religious institutions, but it has no connection to the myth of paradise. Abel and Cain stand in for two distinct kinds of communities, each performing its customary sacrifice. A crop failure is implied by rejecting the agriculturist's offering, which necessitates an expiatory ceremony of some sort. The cryptic exchange between Cain and Yahweh in Genesis 4:6-7 illustrates the need for such a ceremony. The transmission process has resulted in significant corruption of the Hebrew text. Its shape seems to indicate that the farmer, whose sacrifice has failed to secure its object, has asked the oracle what should be done and has been told that he is aware of the correct ritual and that a hostile demonic power, represented by a robe, is waiting to be appeased. The Akkadian rabbis, also known as the evil croucher, who waits for his offering and is commonly mentioned in Babylonian magical texts, are the same as the word translated lieth, or crouched. A crucial phrase, missing from the Hebrew text but provided by the Septuagint and appearing in the margin of the Revised Version, introduces the following step. This detail is also present in the Anunnaki Sumerian myth mentioned above, where the farmer god invites the shepherd god to bring his sheep and allow them to pasture in his fields. It reads, "And Cain said unto Abel his brother, Let us go into the field." The slaying of the shepherd takes place in the field, where the tilled soil's infertility has contributed to the situation. It is implied that the slaying was ritualistic, not an impulsive act motivated by jealousy, but rather a communal ritual. Killing meant to fertilize the soil by soaking it in the victim's blood. In the story's words, "The earth has opened her mouth to receive thy brother's blood." The curse of Cain, his escape from the murder scene, and the protective mark that Yahweh bestows upon him come next. There are clear challenges here. In addition to cursing the slayer, Yahweh also places him under his protection. The nature of the mark has also been the subject of much conjecture. According to Sir James Fraser, God may have modeled Cain's decoration after the ways of different savage peoples by using red, black, or white paint, or possibly a tasteful combination of these colors. He ends his analysis of the myth with these amusing observations. So decked out, the first Mr. Smith, for Cain means smith, might have paraded the earth's wastelands without the slightest fear of being recognized and harassed by the ghost of his victim. The benefit of this interpretation of the mark of Cain is that it frees the biblical story from a blatant absurdity. According to the conventional view, God gave Cain the mark to protect him from human attackers. However, it seems that God forgot that there was no one to attack him because the murderer and his parents were the only people living on earth at the time. Therefore, we avoid the irreverence of attributing to the deity a severe memory loss that is incompatible with divine omniscience by assuming that the enemy of whom the first murderer fled in terror was a ghost rather than a living man. As clever as this explanation is, a more thorough understanding of this aspect of the myth can be found in comparisons to specific seasonal rites, such as the Bouphonia ritual in Athens or the Babylonian New Year festival. A sacrificing priest and an exorcist used the carcass of a dead sheep to purify the shrine of the god Nabu, Marduk's son, during the Babylonian New Year festival, which had an entirely agricultural focus. They then smeared the shrine's walls with the blood of the sheep, forcing them to escape into the desert until the festival ended, because their ritual act defiled them. 8. A similar combination of a ritual slaying and a flight can be found in the Hebrew ceremony of the Day of Atonement, which was initially a part of the Autumn New Year festival. Here, however, 2 goats, one of which is killed and the other sent into the desert, replace the human participants in the ritual. 9. Once more, 2 men were forced to escape after ritually killing an ox as part of the Bouphonia, an Athens ritual. Therefore, it is proposed that Cain's flight was initially a ceremonial event. The sacrificer's guilt was collective rather than personal. His act defiled him, and the community expelled him until he was cleansed. The slayer benefited from ritual protection for this reason. He was not your typical murderer. Instead, he was a priest or other holy figure who had done something for the good of the community, which included ceremonial defilement and the slayer's subsequent temporary exile. But his person was sacrosanct. Furthermore, the mark's most likely meaning is that it was a tattoo mark or some other sign that the fugitive was a member of a sacred class. The Old Testament provides evidence that prophets wore these marks, and ancient literature is replete with references to the use of these marks to identify members of temple staff as belonging to God. Accordingly, the first part of the Yahwist's account of Cain and Abel, found in 4:1-15, was most likely a ritual myth that described a ritual slaying intended to ensure crop fertility. The slayer fled after the killing, shielded by a mark that denoted his sacred nature. Like other myths, however, it had taken on new meanings and applications during its transmission, before the Yahwist used it for his religious purposes. It had come to symbolize the conflict between the pastoral, semi-nomadic peoples who lived on the edges of the settled, fertile lands and were constantly trying to enter them, and the settled peasants who were tilling their fields. Additionally, the myth has taken on an etiological quality, explaining the origin of the blood feud. Because the Levitical sacrificial code makes no mention of Yahweh's preference for animal sacrifices, the idea that the myth is meant to explain this preference is unsatisfactory. Nonetheless, the myth's second half, which in its current form carries on Cain's adventures, originates from a completely different source and represents a unique tradition. It is a piece of the Kenite clan's early tradition, about which the Hebrews contain several details. However, other elements that are not part of the Kenite tradition have been incorporated into the fragment of the Kenite tradition that forms the core of the second part of the Cain and Abel myth. The Kenites lived in tents and were nomads, or semi-nomadic. However, in this section of the myth, the ancestor of the Kenite clan is portrayed as a city builder and a permanent resident of an unidentified geographical location. He is portrayed as the founder of a line that gives rise to the different components of civilized life. The 2 genealogies are parallel versions of the same tradition regarding the descendants of the first man, as evident when we compare the priestly genealogy of Seth in 5:1-30 with the genealogy of Cain provided by the Yahwist in 4:17-18. The degree of similarity between these 2 lists can be determined by comparing them. First, according to P's list, Enosh is Kenan's father. However, this is just another Hebrew word for man and is synonymous with Adam, the first man. In the original lists, the first man was Cain's father because Kenan is a Hebrew form of Cain. Enoch appears in both lists, so Irad and Jared are the same. The Septuagint has Malaleel, or Mahalalel, for Mehujael and Methusa, or Methuselah, for Methushael. Lastly, Lamech appears in both lists. The genealogy of the first humans is thus J's list of Cain's descendants, and we have 2 versions of the same list. The myth's second section tells the story of how the different components of early civilization came to be. Therefore, we have three different elements that the Yahwist either combined into a single story and connected to the story of paradise, or he found already combined in Cainite clan traditions and used for his unique religious purpose. The saga of Moses, who is said to have married into the Cainite clan, cf. as Judges 4:11, where brother-in-law should be father-in-law, as in the Revised Version margin, is the source of the Cainites' long-standing relationship with the Hebrews. This explains why the Yahwist was able to locate and utilize Cainite customs in his account of Israel's founding. The idea that the Yahwist took the inspiration for this section of his story from Cainite traditions is further supported by the fragment of ancient poetry preserved in 423-4, where the desert code of blood revenge is greatly intensified and referred back to the ancestor of the Cainites. A ritual myth about a ritual slaying and the ritual exile that followed. An etiological myth explaining the origin of the blood feud practiced by a nomadic community. And an ancient genealogical list representing one of many traditions regarding the origin of civilization among the early Semites, are the three elements thus preserved, transformed, and woven into a continuous narrative. The evolution of an ancient myth, like the Anunnaki Sumerian myth of the farmer and the shepherd, can be exemplified by the story of Cain and Abel. The next myth that the Yahwist has incorporated into his salvation history is the story of the flood, which is arguably the most widely circulated of all the myths. As we have seen, the Egyptians did not have a flood myth, but the Anunnaki Sumerians and their Semitic conquerors did. They did, however, have a myth about humanity's demise. We'll also see that the Hebrew authors were aware of other versions of the myth of humanity's demise, besides the flood myth. It is essential to note, however, that some crucial mythological evidence has been employed to establish a narrative connection between the flood myth and the story of Cain and Abel, before examining the Hebrew version of the flood myth. As we have already mentioned, the Yahwist's list of Cain's descendants is a variant of the genealogical list of 10 generations from Adam to Noah. Nonetheless, there are two aspects of P's list that warrant discussion. As we have seen, Piers incorporates some of his elements into his final edition of Genesis, which is commonly referred to as the J.E. narrative in its current form. In this instance, he has supplemented the J story of Cain and Abel with a genealogical list that includes 10 names, rather than the 8 names found in the J list. He has also given each of the 10 names an extraordinary lifespan. With the notable exception of Enoch, each member of P's list has a lifespan of just under 1,000 years. The early Anunnaki Sumerian sources, familiar to the editors of the Hebrew creation myths, must be consulted to explain this. An account of ancient Babylonian customs was written in poor Greek by a Babylonian priest named Berosus during the time of Alexander the Great. Berosus was using ancient Anunnaki Sumerian king lists, according to recent discoveries. There are 2 known king lists from the Anunnaki Sumerian city of Larsa, one with 8 names and the other with 10. Both end with the name of Ziusudra, the hero of the flood myth, who is also referred to as Utnapishtim in the Akkadian version. According to Berosus and the Larsa lists, the Prediluvian kings ruled for an astoundingly long period, between 20 and 70,000 years. The scribe has added a note that reads, "The flood came," to the end of one of the Larsa lists. Kingship was sent down from above after the flood, and since Ziusudra and his wife had been immortalized and transformed into Dilmun, there was no suitable heir. It had to be sent down from heaven because it was inconceivable that ordered life could persist without kingship. Although these odd figures may have cult or astrological origins, their applicability to us is irrelevant in this context. The relationship between the genealogical list in Genesis 5 and the Anunnaki Sumerian king lists is what worries us. First, we have a list of 10 names before the flood in each case. Second, we have the abnormally long lifespans ascribed to the individuals in each list. And third, the 7th person in each list is notable for comparable attributes. According to Anunnaki Sumerian tradition, the 7th king was considered the first person in human history to practice divination and possess unique knowledge of matters related to the gods. It may be a coincidence that one of the Lhasa lists has 8 names and the other 10, just as the J list has 8 and the P list 10 names, but the other parallels are too strong to be coincidental. It seems complicated to avoid the conclusion that the priestly writer has added a list of 10 patriarchs with unusually long lifespans to his account of the flood, because by the time he wrote, this aspect of Babylonian mythology had been assimilated into his people's customs. The 7th name in the P list is that of Enoch, who is said to have been taken up into heaven without dying. It has been speculated 14 that the vast numbers in the Anunnaki Sumerian king lists might be the result of astrological speculation, a feature that was completely absent from Hebrew thought until the late apocalyptic literature. However, the most likely reason for their inclusion in the priestly genealogy is that they are meant to match the priestly chronology, which assigned a fixed number of years from the creation to the foundation of Solomon's temple and divided this period into epochs, the first of which contained 1,656 years from the creation to the flood. In the Babylonian myth of the flood, the gods decided to destroy humanity for the rather absurd reason that they had become so noisy that they prevented the gods from sleeping at night. No moral cause for this arbitrary act entered the minds of the early myth makers. However, to the Hebrew writer, the myth of the flood had become an ominous portent, the final catastrophe caused by man's rebellion against God, as reflected in the traditions of his people, and illustrated by various poetic and prophetic references. It has become an episode in the salvation history because a remnant was spared to carry on the divine purpose of ultimate restoration. This is the reason why further mythical material is introduced as a prelude to the flood myth, to illustrate how completely corrupt humanity had become. In 6:1-4, we have a fragment of fantastical material, initially unconnected with the myth of the flood, but used by the Yahwist to explain the increasing lawlessness and violence of humanity, which finally led Yahweh to destroy the race. The myth of the union between divine and mortal beings, resulting in the birth of demigods or heroes, is found in the early Anunnaki Sumerian and Babylonian sources, whose influence is evident in the Ugaritic texts. We have already observed its influence on the Hebrew myth of creation, and Greek mythology bears witness to its wide diffusion at an early date. Behind the brief and probably intentionally obscure reference in 6:1-4 lies a more widely known myth of a race of semi-divine beings who rebelled against the gods and were cast down into the underworld. The beings, called Nephilim in verse 4, and rendered giants in the Septuagint and authorized version, seem to have been regarded by the Yahwist as the offspring of the union between the sons of God and the daughters of men, mentioned in verse 1. The assembly of lesser gods, so often referred to in Anunnaki Sumerian, Babylonian, and Ugaritic myths, has been transformed in Hebrew myth and poetry into the sons of God, conceived of as a kind of heavenly council over which Yahweh presided. Compare, for instance, the scene in the first chapter of Job, where the sons of God come to present themselves before Yahweh, Job 1:6. Traces of the myth are to be found in Num. 1333, where the Nephilim are represented as the survivors of a race of giants whom the Hebrews found in Canaan when they came to settle there. Another possible reference occurs in Ezekiel 32:27, where a slight emendation provides an allusion to the Nephilim. In apocalyptic literature and the New Testament, 2 Peter 2:4, Jude 6, the myth has been further transformed into the myth of the fall of the angels, so splendidly portrayed by Milton. The fragment of the myth here preserved by the Yahwist was originally an etiological myth explaining the belief in the existence of a vanished race of giants. Still, the Yahwist has made use of it here to support his account of the progressive deterioration of the human race, and goes on to connect it with Yahweh's purpose to destroy man from the face of the earth. What the flood myth is. As we have seen, there were multiple versions of the creation myth in the early traditions of Israel. The final editor combined two versions of the story, as found in the book of Genesis. The second version of the myth of humanity's destruction, which also appears in Genesis, will be discussed later. The flood myth is also mentioned in Hebrew poetry and the prophetic writings. The Mesopotamian origin of the flood myth is evident from the table above, even apart from the remarkable similarities between the Babylonian and Hebrew accounts. The differences between the Yahwist and the priestly versions of the myth suggest that the latter is using a different form of the myth from that used by the former, and that the priestly version is closer in some respects to the Mesopotamian sources. The flood myth is frequently mentioned in later Hebrew literature, as seen in Psalms 29:10. Yahweh is said to have been enthroned at the flood, and in Isaiah 54:9, the flood is referred to as the waters of Noah. And Yahweh is represented as recalling his promise not to destroy humanity by a flood again, a promise which occurs in the priestly version. The measurements in the Babylonian version suggest the dimensions of a building rather than of a boat, and the somewhat doubtful theory has been advanced that in these measurements a tradition has been preserved that the staged towers called ziggurats, which are a regular feature of the temple buildings in ancient Mesopotamian cities, were initially designed as places of refuge from the frequent floods in the delta. The priestly writer may have omitted the distinction between clean and unclean animals and the mention of sacrifices, because he believes that these institutions originated during the time of Moses. We also find in the priestly account the pattern that he has imposed on the history of humanity regarding the divine purpose, which he sees revealed in 3 successive stages, each marked by a covenant with its characteristic sign: the covenant with Noah, which is marked by the rainbow sign; the covenant with Abraham, which is marked by the sign of circumcision; and finally, the covenant with Israel, which has the Sabbath as its sign. The Yahwist's account provides no evidence of this arrangement, as he believes that Yahweh worship and the institution of sacrifice existed before the flood. The myth surrounding Babel's Tower. This is the last myth compiled by the Old Testament editors in the first 11 chapters of the book of Genesis. The myth is set in a collection of ethnological and genealogical notices, partly from the Yahwist and partly from the priestly writer. Together, they represent ancient Hebrew traditions concerning the nations that surrounded Israel, especially Assyria, Babylon, and Egypt. While the details are confused and inaccurate, the broad outlines of the ethnology and geography correspond roughly to the arrangement of the ancient world at the dawn of Hebrew history. The sons of Japheth, the Iapetic races, are located in the Caucasus and to the north and west of Asia Minor. The sons of Ham, the Hamitic group, represented by the Egyptians and Libyans, are located in Egypt, Nubia, Ethiopia, and northern Africa, but incorrectly included among this group from the modern standpoint are the Canaanites and the South Arabian peoples, who belong to the Semitic group. The sons of Shem i.e., what we now designate as the Semitic peoples, include, according to P, the Elamites, a non-Semitic people, and Lud, also non-Semitic, if it is to be identified with Lydia. In the Yahwist's version of Shem's descendants, RN 24-5, the majority are listed as South Arabian peoples, and Eber's genealogy is not carried beyond his first son, Peleg, whose name has no ethnic associations. This is the context of the Tower of Babel myth. According to some contemporary scholars, the current version of the myth is based on two distinct traditions. One about the construction of a city called Babel and the emergence of various languages, and another about the building of a tower and the dispersion of peoples on earth. The Yahwist then combined the two traditions into a single story, or they were already combined in the source he was using, whether it was written or oral. The myth is independent, both of the ethnological setting in which it has been placed and of the flood myth. It represents the first human group to settle in the Euphrates Delta, where they discovered the use of clay for bricks, a special feature of early Mesopotamian architecture, and built a city and a tower. Despite its Mesopotamian coloring, the story cannot be of Babylonian origin. A Babylonian myth would not have represented the sacred zikkurat, regarded by the ancient Babylonians as the bond between heaven and earth, as an impious attempt to scale heaven, nor would the holy name of Babylon, Bab 3, which means the gate of God, have been derived from the Hebrew root BLL, meaning confusion, with which it has no etymological connection. The myth rather reflects the attitude of nomads entering the fertile plains of the Delta, beholding with wonder and dread the soaring towers of Babylonian cities, and despising the multitudes speaking all the various tongues of the ancient Near East. The priestly writer's account of the dispersal of Noah's descendants, the rise of various languages, and the dispersion of races, Cephas Gen 10.5, is not considered the result of divine judgment, but rather the natural consequence of population growth and the movements of peoples. The priestly writer accepted the story and incorporated it into the final editing of the Old Testament, agreeing with the Yahwist's religious use of it. However, it was not included in the source used to compile the ethnological notices in chapter 10. The story is also independent of the flood tradition. It can be compared to the brief J fragment inserted in the priestly genealogy in 5:29. The forward reference in Lamech's words can only be to the discovery of the vine, which is described as occurring after the flood, 9:20. This discovery could hardly have been consoling to the generation that perished in the flood. The Yahwist's use of the myth is consistent with his understanding of human nature and divine activity, which we have already seen demonstrated in his use of the creation and flood myths. He acknowledges that human nature has not changed since the flood disaster, cf 8:21, that the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth, and that Yahweh remains supreme in power and knowledge, confounding man's meager attempts to ascend to heaven. He then goes on to tell the story of Yahweh's grace in response to one man's obedience and faith. As with most of the mythological material appropriated by Hebrew writers from Mesopotamian sources, the myth has been reshaped in such a way as to provide, in symbolic terms, a picture of the divine activities and the relationship between God and man, as interpreted by the prophets of Israel. In the case of Israel's use of Mesopotamian and Canaanite mythology, this process of transformation was much more radical and had profound religious implications, leading to a more thorough treatment of Hebrew mythology. The myths collected in the first 11 chapters of Genesis do not exhaust the mythological material contained in Hebrew literature. We have seen a similar process at work in the development of Egyptian religion, and in the transmission of Anunnaki, Sumerian mythology. The earlier Egyptian. The myth of the plains cities being destroyed. The common myth of humanity's destruction has taken on various forms in Egyptian, Mesopotamian, and Ugaritic mythology, including the myth of Anat's slaughter of Baal's enemies, if we consider that category. The story in Genesis about the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah and Lot's escape is based on another version of the myth of humanity's destruction that has persisted into Christian eschatology. In its current form, the story of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah is a composite narrative that has been woven into the saga of Abraham. It embodies several strands of ancient Hebrew tradition, one of which reflects a myth of humanity's destruction, independent of the flood myth. In the 13th chapter of Genesis, we have an account of how Lot separated himself and his possessions from his uncle Abraham, and chose what is known as the Circle of the Jordan. This district is described as well-watered everywhere before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. It is implied here that, in the tradition used by the Yahwist, the Dead Sea and the desolate condition of the south end of the Jordan Valley were the result of an act of divine judgment that destroyed the cities of the plain, or circle. According to the Yahwist's narrative, the destruction was effected by a rain of fire and sulfur from heaven. The reason for the destruction is said to be the special wickedness of the inhabitants of those cities, just as the flood is said to have been caused by the wickedness of humanity. The lot is delivered as the result of the intercession of Abraham. The angelic instruments of his rescue command him not to look back, a feature of the story which finds an echo in folklore. His wife looks back and is turned into a pillar of salt, and Lot, along with his two daughters, are the sole survivors of the catastrophe. Then follows a tradition about the origin of two of Israel's special rivals and enemies, Moab and Ammon. Their birth is attributed to an incestuous union between Lot and his daughters, an episode which takes place while Lot is drunk, recalling the shame and drunkenness of Noah after he escapes from the flood. In 1931, Lot's daughters are represented as saying, "There is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth," implying the destruction of the rest of humanity. Hence, it is clear that we have here a fragment of a myth of societal destruction that is independent of the Mesopotamian sources upon which the Hebrew traditions of the flood rest. The story of the celestial visitants and their hospitable reception by Abraham, as contrasted with the reception accorded to two of them by the men of Sodom, finds an echo in Ovid's story of the reception of Zeus and Hermes by Philemon and Baucis, and its sequel in the flood. In the writings of the prophets of Israel, the myth is mentioned multiple times in ways that imply another version of it might have existed at the time, using the word overthrow to describe the destruction of wicked cities, which in Hebrew usually refers to the effects of an earthquake. As was already mentioned, in the category of myths, we have called ritual myths. The ritual was accompanied by a spoken or chanted element, its mythos or myth, which described the situation being enacted in the ritual. The Babylonian Epic of creation, chanted by priests at the New Year festival, describes a situation in which the central element is the victory of Marduk over the chaos dragon Tiamat and its result, the achievement of creating order out of primordial chaos. The situation was real, even though it could not be classified as historical. At some unspecified moment, an activity had taken place that produced the ordered scene that was the environment of the ancient Babylonians. It was described in symbolic terms, including gods and dragons, as well as generation, death, and resurrection. But it was undeniable that the symbols represented some reality. We have seen that much of this ancient mythological material was incorporated into Israelite traditions. However, something unique and unmatched elsewhere was happening in Israel. The emergence of a new sense of reality, namely, the existence of Israel's God. Its origins are unclear. It may have started with Moses or Abraham, who is no longer considered a mythical figure by most scholars. But by the time the Yahwist was composing or compiling the early records of Israel, Israel's God, Yahweh, stood out like a rock against the hazy background of the surrounding polytheism. Unlike the shadowy figures of the Egyptian, Babylonian, or Canaanite gods, Yahweh was a real person with a moral character and a purpose that gave meaning to Israel's history. One of the results of this development was the conversion of the myth to a new use. The sagas of the patriarchs in Genesis show that tribal traditions had been preserved, orally or in writing, from a very early period, and the sagas of the deliverance from Egypt under Moses, the wilderness wanderings, and the conquest of Canaan under Joshua show that national traditions had similarly been preserved from an early date. When the Hebrews entered Canaan, archaeological evidence has shown that they took over the great Canaanite cult centers, such as Shechem, Bethel, and Shiloh, and made them tribal or regional centers of the cult of Yahweh. Before Solomon made Jerusalem the chief national cult center, and probably long after, it was at these tribal and regional centers that the main seasonal festivals were celebrated. In Deuteronomy 26, I-2 provides an example of the pattern of such a seasonal ritual, likely describing what occurred at a local shrine during the Feast of Ingathering, later known as the Feast of Tabernacles. The Israelite brought his offering and handed it over to the priest, who placed it before the altar. Then he followed what might be called the festal liturgy, accompanied by antiphonal responses. The worshipper recited before the priest and the altar the cult myth of the Exodus and the entry into Canaan. This interesting Deuteronomic passage implies that the tradition of what had happened to Israel in the remote past had been preserved by the priests in the local cult centers, put into liturgical form, and imparted to successive generations of Israelites. Just as the myth of Marduk's victory over Tiamat was recited at the Babylonian New Year festival, so too at the seasonal festivals of Israel, the mythos, the ritual recitation of the mighty acts of Yahweh, was a central feature of such occasions. It is relevant here to note that the prophets of Israel, who were the interpreters of Israel's past in terms of salvation history, employed the mythological imagery of Babylon to describe the deliverance of Israel from Egypt by the mighty hand of Yahweh. Egypt has become the dragon smitten by Yahweh's sword. Isaiah 51.9. This has been termed the historicization of myth, but it would be more accurate to regard it as the reappropriation of myth for a new purpose. The most important of these cult myths warrants some discussion here. The myth of the Passover cult. The story of Israel's sojourn in Egypt and escape is based on historical events, but the way it has been told is not a historical account. The account of the 10 plagues that forced Pharaoh to let Israel go, the dividing of the Red Sea, the power of Moses' rod, and the pillar of cloud and fire in which Yahweh manifested his presence among his people, is the form in which the mighty acts of Yahweh were preserved and recited in liturgical antiphony at the cult festival of Passover year after year in the spring, from Exodus. In 1224 to 27 and 1314 to 15, it can be seen that the myth accompanying the Passover ritual had been transformed into the form of liturgical responses, and the whole service, as it is here called, was designed to glorify Yahweh and commemorate his redemptive activity. While the feast may have begun as a family ritual, it soon developed into a festival celebrated at a central sanctuary. Eventually, it could only be celebrated within the precincts of the temple in Jerusalem. A careful examination of the details of the 10 plagues will show that it's not history which is being presented here. For instance, after Moses has turned all the waters of Egypt into blood, we are told that Pharaoh's magicians did the same, which is impossible since all the water in Egypt, including the Nile, had already been turned into blood. The general pattern of the Passover cult myth is repeated several times in liturgies in the Psalter, for example, in Psalms 78, 105, and 106, and notably in Ps 136, where the antiphonal character of the liturgical responses is very marked, the congregation answering each utterance of the priests with the refrain, "For his mercy endureth forever." In these psalms, we have the cult myth preserved in its fixed liturgical form. In contrast, in Exodus, it is used by the editors of the Pentateuch as the basis of the salvation history that records for Israel the redemptive activity of Yahweh. The story of Sinai's Epiphany. It has been pointed out that the cult myth which we have described above contains no reference to a most critical feature of the salvation history in the Pentateuch, the Epiphany of Yahweh on Sinai, and the establishment of the covenant with Israel. The suggestion, which has much to commend it, has been made that the underlying narrative in Exodus. Between 19 and 34, we have a cult myth that is independent of the Paschal cult myth and is associated with another momentous cultic occasion. We have already alluded to the fact, established by archaeological evidence, that Israel took over the Canaanite sanctuaries after its settlement in the land and converted them to the worship of Yahweh. One of the most essential cult centers was Shechem. In the 24th chapter of the book of Joshua, we have an account of a gathering of all the tribes at Shechem, a recital of the Passover cult myth, and the performance of a covenant ritual at the sacred oak at Shechem. That was in the sanctuary of Yahweh, 24th chapter 26. We have also an account in Deut 27 of a covenant ritual, which was to be performed at the twin peaks of Ebal and Gerizim, i.e., at Shechem. Therefore, it would appear that early in the settlement period, a covenant festival was held at Shechem, where the cult myth of the Epiphany on Sinai and the giving of the law was recited. According to tradition, Joshua performed this ritual at Shechem in front of all Israel, reading all the words of the law to the people, and reading all of Moses' commands to the assembly of Israel. The ceremony also included a solemn reaffirmation of the covenant that Yahweh made with Israel at Sinai. What took place at Sinai cannot be disentangled from the cult myth in which it has been embodied, nor has the exact site of Sinai ever been determined. Still, it is clear that all the details of the Exodus narrative, like those of the Passover myth, are intended to set forth the glory and unapproachable holiness of Yahweh. The myth of the presence in the Shikina, which is unique to Israel, is a key aspect of the Epiphany. 21. The beginnings of the myth are evident in the account in Genesis 15 of the first covenant with Abraham. After performing the very ancient ritual of the dividing of slain victims, Abraham in a trance sees Yahweh pass between the divided corpses of the victims in the form of a smoking furnace and a flaming torch. Genesis 15:17. Then, at the crossing of the Red Sea, Yahweh appears in a pillar of cloud and fire and comes between Israel and their pursuers. In the cult myth of the Epiphany on Sinai, Yahweh descends upon the burning mountain in a cloud and fire. This symbolic element in the myth endures throughout Israel's history. In the oracles of Isaiah, the presence of Yahweh in Zion as a burning fire is declared by the prophet to be the protection of Jerusalem from her adversaries, as well as destruction for the ungodly. Isaiah 31-9, 33-14. The most elaborate development of the myth is seen in the visions of Ezekiel. The prophet sees a great cloud with fire flashing continually. Ezekiel 1-4. The cloud opens to disclose the vision of the cherubim and the throne of Yahweh, and the prophet sees the whole epiphany of the glory of Yahweh leave the temple and ultimately the city. When a shining cloud looms over the disciples in the synoptic account of the Transfiguration, Matthew 17.5, the myth of the Shikina resurfaces in the New Testament. In 1 Corinthians 10:1-2, Paul informs the Corinthians that Israel was baptized unto Moses in the cloud, a reference that has come to represent Christian baptism. Psalm 18:9-14 and numerous other Hebrew poetry passages describe the epiphany of Yahweh on Sinai, which is described in the very ancient Song of Deborah, a poem that celebrates a victory over the Canaanites and, according to some scholars, is sung at a cult festival. The myth of the Epiphany on Sinai, which is preserved at Israel's cult centers and recited at the celebration of the renewal of the covenant, became as deeply embedded in the literary tradition of Israel as the Passover cult legend. In the case of Israel's early legislation, found in Exodus 21-3, popularly known as the Book of the Covenant, the laws are embedded in a narrative framework based on the cult myth of the Epiphany on Sinai, where they are depicted as inscribed on tablets of stone and handed to Moses by Yahweh, thereby establishing their sanctity. The Stele of Hammurabi is a Babylonian monument that represents the king receiving the ancient collection of laws, commonly known as the Code of Hammurabi, from the god Shamash. We pass now to other mythical elements in the traditions of Israel. Before we proceed, we should briefly discuss the rationalization of myth in the Hebrew tradition. It is possible, and has often been attempted, to explain both Old and New Testament miracles in terms of natural phenomena. Thus, the 10 plagues of Egypt have been described as purely natural phenomena that Moses exploited to instill superstitious awe in the minds of Pharaoh and his people. The collapse of the walls of Jericho has been explained as the result of an earthquake shock that also caused the temporary damming up of the Jordan River's bed, enabling the Israelites to pass over dry shod. However, such an approach to these episodes may cause those who adopt it to lose sight of the real significance of the myth and the mindset of those who recorded the events of Israel's history in terms of salvation history. For those who believed, as the prophets of Israel did, that God had been actively involved from the beginning in the call and subsequent history of their people, the myth was an extension of symbolism. The activity of God in creation, for example, could only be described in symbolic terms, and the traditional myths, borrowed from Mesopotamia, were readily available to supply them with a vocabulary in which to describe the divine activity. The writer's eschatology, or vision of the end of history, was clothed in the same mythic language they used to describe what they saw as sacred acts of power. The dragon, which Yahweh had slain in the beginning to bring order out of chaos, would be killed again by him to restore order in the end. The myth of Joshua. The mythical element that surrounded the figure of Moses also, to some extent, included his attendant and successor, Joshua. Thus, we find intriguing mythical elements connected with the figure of Joshua as the kingly war leader of Israel as they enter the land of promise. One of the characteristics of the king image, as we find it delineated in Deuteronomy 17:18-19, is the study of the law. In the opening verses of the book of Joshua, we see that Joshua is enjoined not to let the book of the law depart from his mouth, but to meditate therein day and night, a curious qualification for a war leader, but a recognized feature of the king image. 22. Then we have an epiphany to Joshua, in terms resembling those used to describe the epiphany to Moses at the burning bush. A figure with a drawn sword appears to him, and on being challenged by Joshua, announces that he is there as a prince of the Lord's host. He orders Joshua to take his shoes from off his feet, for the place whereon he stands is holy ground, using the exact words which had been addressed to Moses in Midian, Exodus 3:5. Then comes the account of the capture of Jericho, an episode conceived in holy mythical terms. Joshua is told to give orders that the host of Israel, preceded by 7 priests bearing 7 jubilee trumpets of ram's horns and carrying the ark, is to march round the city once a day for 6 days. On the 7th day, they are to do this 7 times. Then the priests are to sound a long blast on the ram's horns, and, at that signal, the people are to give a shout, and the wall of Jericho will fall flat. Joshua carries out these orders, and the promised result follows. A ritual blowing of trumpets on the first day of the 7th month was one of the features of the New Year cult festival in the autumn. This account of the capture of Jericho is likely another cult myth associated with the Feast of Trumpets. Other early references in the Book of Judges suggest that the possession of Jericho, called the Medei Abidobai Beshi Kisandas, city of palm trees, was a matter of some uncertainty. 3. Judges 1:16 and 3:13. One more striking feature in the Joshua myth calls for notice. In the 9th chapter, there is a story about how the inhabitants of Gibeon used a ruse to persuade Joshua to make a peace treaty with them. However, after discovering the fraud, Joshua honored the treaty, but reduced the Gibeonites to a state of bondage, which serves as an etiological tale explaining their traditional subservience to the tribe of Ephraim. The story then goes on to relate how 5 Canaanite kings attack the Gibeonites, who thereupon appeal to Joshua for protection. Joshua's victory over the 5 kings is described in terms similar to those used to describe the capture of Jericho. A hail storm mainly accomplishes the rout of the Canaanite forces. The Lord cast down huge stones from heaven upon them unto Azekah, and they died. They were more who died with the hailstones than those whom the children of Israel slew with the sword. Joshua 10:11. But the completion of the victory is made possible by Joshua's commanding the sun to stand still until the enemies are annihilated. We are told in what is a fragment of ancient Hebrew poetry that the sun stood still and the moon stayed until the nation had avenged themselves of their enemies. The compiler notes that this stanza is derived from the Book of Jashar, which is generally understood to be an ancient collection of Hebrew songs. He ends the story with the words, "There was no day like that before it or after it, that the Lord hearkened unto the voice of a man." This episode has also been rationalized in various ways. Still, it seems more in keeping with the general tenor of the Joshua myth to regard it as a fragment of ancient myth that has been used to glorify the figure of Joshua and to represent him as possessing powers that even Moses did not possess. Despite the narrator characterizing the incident as unique in Israel's history, the prophet Isaiah records a similar incident in his life. King Hezekiah was sick, and Isaiah predicted that he would recover and live another 15 years. The king asked for a sign that the prophet's words would be fulfilled, and the prophet offered him a choice. Should the shadow on the dial of Ahaz move forward or back? The king said that the latter alternative would be a greater marvel. The narrator accordingly relates that Isaiah cried unto the Lord, and he brought the shadow 10 degrees, Hebrew steps, backward, by which it had gone down on the dial, Hebrew steps, of Ahaz. 2 Kings 24:4-11. The author of Ecclesiasticus refers to this incident, Ecclesiasticus 48:23, and also alludes to the parallel miracle wrought by Joshua. Did not the sun go back by his hand, and did not one day become as 2? Eccles 46:4. It is interesting to note a resemblance between the relation of Joshua to Moses and that of Elisha to his master Elijah. Elisha is represented as receiving a double endowment with his master's powers after Elijah had been taken up to heaven in a chariot of fire. And Joshua does something more wonderful than anything Moses had done. The Ark's myth. Closely related to the myth of the Shikina is the myth of the Ark. In the early traditions of Israel, the Ark had a double association. One line of tradition connects it with the wilderness wanderings and the early stages of settlement in Canaan. The other line connects it with David and the Jerusalem cult. It is well established that nomadic Arab tribes have been in the habit of transporting their tribal gods in a wooden chest within a special tent on a camel's back since very early times. Hence, during the early period of settlement, when the tribes were moving about independently, as the Book of Judges shows to have been the case, each tribe may have had its sacred chest. The cultic myth of the Epiphany on Sinai represents the entire nation of Israel, comprising its 12 tribes, as assembled at the foot of Sinai to receive the law and enter into the covenant. However, we know that only a comparatively small part of the Hebrew tribes went down into Egypt and experienced deliverance under Moses. We also understand that the organization of Israel into 12 tribes was not fully achieved until long after the settlement in Canaan, possibly not until the time of Solomon. Hence, the tradition that represents the encampment of Israel in the wilderness as a symmetrically arranged square composed of the 12 tribes, with the ark in its ritual tent at the center of the square, belongs to the cult myth rather than to history. According to that line of the tradition which connects the ark with the wilderness journeys, the ark, borne by the priests, led the march of the 12 tribes and went ahead of them on a 3 days journey to find out a camping place for them. Numbers 10:33. This procedure continued during the whole of the 40 years of the wilderness sojourn and culminated in the crossing of the Jordan and the capture of Jericho. What reality lies behind the myth is hard to say in Exodus 33:7. We are told that Moses pitched a tent outside the camp and called it the tent of meeting. When he entered into the tent, the pillar of cloud, the Shikina, descended and stood at the door of the tent, and Yahweh talked with Moses out of the cloud, while all the people watched from their tent doors in Deuteronomy 10:5. Moses is represented as telling Israel that after the making of the golden calf and the breaking of the first tablets of the law, he was told by Yahweh to fashion a wooden ark or chest in which to put the second tablets. He goes on to say that he did as he was commanded and that the tablets are still in the chest. We, therefore, seem to be dealing with a tradition concerning a tent and an ark very different from the elaborate tent and ark of the cult myth. The ark is not mentioned in the ark was supposed to play a role in the conflicts of the tribes during the time of settlement. Still, it is only mentioned once in Judges, and that is at the end of the book, and it contradicts Joshua 18:1, which states that the ark and tent of meeting are at Shiloh. In a parenthesis, which is a gloss by the Book of Judges compiler, it is stated that the ark of the covenant of God was in Bethel, and that the grandson of Aaron was the priest in charge there, Judges 20:27. The ark's association with David and the kingship is found in the books of Samuel and Kings, where it is in Shiloh. The myth or legend that now surrounds it was probably preserved in the customs of that sanctuary. The Philistines' seizure of the ark is the first episode. Times. In an engagement between Israel and the Philistines, Israel is defeated. The elders decide to send for the ark, and it is brought into the camp by the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas. The Philistines hear of this and are dismayed. They say, Who shall deliver us out of the hand of these mighty gods? These are the gods that smote the Egyptians with all manner of plagues in the wilderness. However, they rally and attack Israel, defeat them with great slaughter, and capture the ark. They carry it off and deposit it in the temple of Dagon in Ashdod. When the priests enter the temple in the morning, they find the image of Dagon lying face down before the ark. They replace the image on its base, and the next morning, they find it lying broken, with its head and hands lying on the threshold of the temple. Here the narrator remarks that this is the reason why no one has ever trodden on the threshold of Dagon's temple unto this day. There appears to be a reference to this custom in the book of Zephaniah 1-9, where Yahweh is represented as saying, "I will punish all those who leap over the threshold." The story goes on to describe how the ark was carried from one Philistine city to another, and wherever it went, the inhabitants were struck with plagues, just as the Egyptians had been. After 7 months of affliction, the priests and diviners advised that the ark should be sent back to its country, accompanied by a trespass offering. So they put it on a new cart, to which 2 milch cows are harnessed, and say that if the cows take the cart with the ark back to its home, they will know that it is the hand of Israel's God that has smitten them. If not, then it has happened by chance. So they shut up the calves and started the cart off on the road to Israel, the lords of the Philistines following to watch what would happen. The cows, lowing for their calves as they went along, took the straight road to Beth Shemesh, and turned not aside to the right hand or the left. The inhabitants of Beth Shemesh were in the fields reaping their barley harvest, and rejoiced to see the ark come home. The legend ends on a tragic note. Yahweh is said to have smitten the unfortunate Beth Shemeshites with a heavy slaughter because they had looked inside the ark. The mythical character of the story is shown by the impossible number 50,070 of the slain. The story is a cult myth intended to glorify the God of Israel and to magnify the untouchable sanctity of the Ark of the Covenant. A similar tendency is seen in the next episode, in which the Ark is concerned. Psalm 132 preserves the tradition that the Ark was lost during Saul's reign and the Philistine conflict, and that David had to search for it before bringing it to Jerusalem. This is the implication of Pes 132.6. Lo, we heard of it in Ephrathah. We found it in the field of Jaar. Here the field of Jaar is a reference to Kirjath Jearim, the place to which the ark had been carried after the disaster at Beth Shemesh, and where it had remained forgotten until David, perhaps informed by an oracle, sent to fetch it. In 2 Samuel 6, we have an account of how David brought the ark on a new cart drawn by oxen from Kirjath Jearim, accompanied by music and a ritual dance. A disaster occurred, similar to the one that had taken place at Beth Shemesh. The oxen stumbled or became restive, perhaps excited by the music and dancing, and there was a danger that the ark might be overturned. One of the men who accompanied the ark, Uzzah, put out his hand to steady the ark and was immediately stricken dead, to the enormous alarm of David and all who were present. David had the ark taken into the house of Obed-Edom, a man from Gath, and waited for 3 months to see if any misfortune befell the family of the Gittite. As nothing happened, David brought the ark, this time safely, to the tent which he had prepared for it in Jerusalem. Psalm 132 is recognized as a processional liturgy, and while no doubt both incidents have some historical foundation, it is clear that a cult myth has grown up around the tradition, possibly containing an etiological element that explains the sanctity of the sacred stone at Beth Shemesh and the place name Perez Uzzah. It is interesting to note that the demystification of the myth of the ark is to be found in one of the oracles of the prophet Jeremiah. In Jeremiah 3:16 we have the announcement, "In those days, saith the Lord, they shall say no more, The ark of the covenant of the Lord, neither shall it come to mind, neither shall they remember it, neither shall they miss it, neither shall it be made any more. The prophet regarded the ark as a cult object to which a superstitious reverence had become attached, and which would cease to have any meaning for those who would receive the fuller knowledge of Yahweh implied in the terms of the new covenant. The myths of Elijah and Elisha. These two prophets are historical, but myths have developed around them. In the 9th century BC, during the affluent time of the Omri dynasty, Elijah appears out of nowhere as the leader of a protest movement against the growing syncretism of the Israelite religion. And he and his successor, Elisha, were responsible for the revolt of Jehu, which led to the overthrow of the Omri dynasty. The books of Kings mention prophetic communities called the sons of the prophets that were established in the Jordan Valley, where the traditions surrounding Elijah and Elisha may have been preserved. These myths are somewhat similar in type to the cult myths we have been studying, and their purpose is to exaggerate the power of Yahweh and the mighty deeds of his prophets. We have first the epic scene on Mount Carmel, where Elijah challenges the priests of the Tyrian Baal, whose cult Jezebel, Ahab's wife, had introduced into Samaria, to a contest to prove the superiority of Yahweh over the foreign god. Elijah proposes that each party to the contest shall erect an altar and lay a sacrifice thereon, and that the God who can send down fire to consume the sacrifice shall be declared the true God and worthy of Israel's sole worship. The priests of Baal spend all day in frenzied and fruitless efforts to induce Baal to bestir himself, while Elijah mocks them. Then, at the time of the evening oblation, an ancient and widespread Semitic custom, Elijah rebuilds the altar of Yahweh with 12 stones for the 12 tribes of Israel. He lays the firewood and the pieces of the slain bullock upon it. He orders those present to pour 12 jars of water over the sacrifice and in the trench round the altar. He then invokes Yahweh, who sends down fire from heaven, consuming the offering, the wood, the stones of the altar, the dust, and even licking up the water that had been poured over everything. The people then acknowledge Yahweh to be God and, at Elijah's command, massacre the 400 priests of Baal. There is no evidence that Carmel had ever been a place where Yahweh was worshipped, and the various details, such as the 12 stones of the altar and the 12 jars of water, point to the growth of a cult myth round an episode in the life of Elijah, which may well have had some basis in reality. The account of Elijah's flight to Horeb and his experience there is colored with mythological elements. The 40 days of the journey, a common symbolical number, the angelic visitant, and the still small voice, which elsewhere in Hebrew is a phrase used to describe the thin murmur or whisper of a spirit from the underworld. Isa. 29:4, Job 4:16. 23 are all suggestive of the mythological element which has clothed the historical figure of the prophet. Other similar elements appear in the saga. Elijah makes the widow's barrel of meal and her cruse of oil last throughout the 3.5 years of the famine, and he restores her dead son to life. The climax of the saga is reached in the account of the prophet's departure from this world. The narrative is a masterpiece of the storyteller's art. Elijah and Elisha start from Gilgal, and Elijah tries to persuade his servant Elisha to stay behind, while he goes on by divine command to Bethel. Elisha refuses to leave his master. When they reach Bethel, the sons of the prophets, who have a community there, come out to meet them and tell Elisha that Yahweh is going to remove his master from him that day. "I know it," he replies. "Hold you your peace." Again, Elijah tries to persuade him to stay behind, and again he refuses to be separated from his master. At Jericho, the same thing happens, and together they reach the Jordan. Here, Elijah wraps his mantle together and smites the Jordan. It divides, and they pass over. On the other side, Elijah asks Elisha what parting gift he desires from him, and Elisha asks that a double portion of his master's spirit may come upon him. "Thou hast asked a tricky thing," says the prophet. "Nevertheless, if thou seest me when I am taken from thee, it shall be so unto you. But if not, it shall not be so." Then a chariot, or chariots, of fire and horses of fire separate the two, and Elijah is caught up to heaven by a whirlwind. As he ascends, his mantle falls and is taken up by Elisha, who then returns to the Jordan, smites it with the mantle, and, repeating the miracle of Elijah, crosses the river, beginning his career of prophetic activity. The mythological coloring which had enveloped the tradition of Elijah's activity is heightened in the case of Elijah. He starts by healing a spring at Jericho, which produced barrenness. He curses the children of Bethel who had mocked him, and 2 she-bears come out of the forest and kill 42 of the children. He multiplies the widow's oil, raises the Shunammite's son from the dead, multiplies loaves to feed unexpected visitors, makes an axe head float, smites his greedy servant Gehazi with leprosy, and finally, his sepulchred bones raise a dead man to life. 2 Kings 13:21. There is one crucial mythological feature which has become attached to the figure of Elijah and has survived in Jewish belief up to the present time. This is the belief that Elijah would return to earth immediately before the apocalyptic day of Yahweh, to repeat the scene on Carmel and bring about a national repentance. The belief in the return of Elijah was current in the time of Jesus, who interpreted it to his disciples as fulfilled in the ministry and death of John the Baptist. In the Jewish Passover ritual, 4 cups of wine are traditionally placed on the table, each with a special symbolic meaning. The third, filled with wine, is known as the cup of Elijah and is left untasted by anyone. It is supposed to await the return of Elijah before the coming of the Messiah. An interesting Hasidic legend connected with the cup of Elijah is quoted by Professor Goodenough. 24. A confident Rabbi Mendel was celebrating Passover with a Marrano in a cave in Spain. A sudden light filled the cave, and the cup of wine which, according to custom, had been left standing upon the table for Elijah, rose high into the air, as though someone were putting it to his lips, and then sank back onto the table empty. As a result of this experience, Rabbi Mendel taught that Elijah would return as the herald of redemption on the same night that Israel was liberated from Egypt. A chair called the Throne of Elijah is in a niche in Jewish synagogues, waiting for him to return to occupy it. When a child is brought to the synagogue to undergo circumcision, he is placed on this chair during the ceremony. With the saga of Elijah and Elisha, the mythological material of the Old Testament comes to an end. No myths have gathered around the figures of the 8th and 7th century prophets, who lived and moved in the whole light of historical events. There is one exception in the case of Isaiah, who is credited, as we have already seen, with causing the shadow on the dial of Ahaz to move back 10 degrees, thereby giving a sign to King Hezekiah that he would recover from his illness. The mythical element reappears in an altered form in late Jewish apocalyptic literature. We have seen that in attempting to give an account of the divine activity in creation, the Hebrew writers were obliged to draw on the language of myth, and primarily drew their mythological material from the myths of their neighbors, especially from Mesopotamian and Canaanite sources. So, when they attempted to describe what they believed would be the shape of things to come, they were again compelled to fall back upon mythological language, now enriched by borrowings from Persian sources, as may be seen in the one directly apocalyptic book of the Old Testament, the Book of Daniel. Mythological elements in Jewish apocalyptic, the Book of Daniel. Although the episodes related in this book are set in the court of Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon, at a period after the first captivity of 596 BC, it is generally recognized today that the book belongs to the period of Antiochus Epiphanes and was written by an unknown author to encourage his fellow countrymen at a time when those Jews who were resisting the Hellenizing policy of Antiochus were undergoing severe trials and persecutions. The book comprises 2 sections, each written in a blend of Hebrew and Aramaic. The first part of the book, chapters 1 through 6, consists of a series of episodes in which a young Jew and his 3 companions resist all attempts to induce them to conform to the heathen religion of their captors and are delivered by divine intervention out of the most desperate situations. They insist on having access to kosher food and reject the offerings from the royal table. They are vindicated by appearing after 10 days' trial, fairer and fatter in flesh than those who had fed on the heathen food. Daniel's 3 companions refuse to worship the golden image, which the king had commanded all his subjects to worship, and are thrown into a fiery furnace. The king sees them standing unharmed amid the fire, accompanied by a figure whom the king describes as a son of the gods, and who is converted to the worship of the Jewish God. As a punishment for his pride, Nebuchadnezzar is turned into a subhuman creature for 7 years and eats grass like an ox. Regaining his human form, he recognizes that Israel's God is in control of the entire world. During Belshazzar's feast, at which the gold and silver vessels of the temple at Jerusalem, carried off by Nebuchadnezzar, are brought out and used as drinking cups by the assembled guests, a hand appears and writes a mystic inscription upon the walls of the banqueting hall, which none of the king's wise men can read. Daniel is summoned and interprets the inscription. It announces the fall of the Babylonian kingdom and its replacement by the Medo-Persian power. It is then stated that Belshazzar was slain that night and that Darius the Mede took the kingdom. It is well known that Cyrus, the Persian king, captured Babylon without a fight, and that no such person as Darius the Mede is known to history. Finally, the mythical Darius is persuaded by his courtiers to issue a decree announcing that anyone who petitions any god or man, except the king, for 30 days, should be thrown into a den of lions. When Daniel heard of the decree, he went into his chamber, where his windows were open toward Jerusalem, and prayed to his God according to his daily custom. The courtiers in the act found him, denounced him, and duly threw him into the lion's den. In the morning, the king comes to the mouth of the den, and, with a lamentable voice, asks Daniel if his God has been able to deliver him from the lions. Daniel assures him that his God has sent his angel and shut the mouths of the lions. Darius has him taken out and orders all the courtiers who had accused Daniel to be thrown into the den with their wives and children, a macabre touch. Then the king issues a decree that all men throughout his dominion are to worship and fear the God of Daniel. In these stories, so patently unhistorical, we have a new use of myth. Gentiles are using it as propaganda. Yahweh is displayed as Pantocrator, as having universal dominion, raising and putting down kingdoms at his pleasure, and able to protect his servants under every kind of danger, so long as they remain faithful to him. This use of the myth is developed in a somewhat uncontrolled fashion in later Jewish Midrashic literature, where Abraham is represented as undergoing similar experiences to those of Daniel and his companions. The same tendency is evident in the early Christian apocryphal Gospels, where both the childhood and passion of Jesus are shrouded in mythological elements. Other apocalyptic uses of myth. However, there is another aspect of the use of myth in Jewish apocalyptic that warrants attention. Its beginnings are to be found in passages such as Isaiah 27:1 and 51:9-2, where the eschatological activities of Yahweh are described in terms of the ancient myth of the slaying of the Chaos Dragon. Its development in the Book of Daniel and the extra-canonical Book of Jubilees takes the form of the transformation of past and contemporary history into mythological terms. In the second part of Daniel, both the empires of the past and the modern empire of Greece under Alexander are portrayed as beasts of various kinds: lions, bears, leopards, rams, and he-goats. And the final beast is described as a dreadful monster with 10 horns, teeth of iron, and nails of brass. He speaks great words against the Most High, oppresses the saints of the Most High, that is, the Jewish people, and attempts to change the times and the law. The Jewish people are portrayed as a human figure, like a son of man, who comes with the clouds of heaven before the Ancient of Days and receives the dominion that is to endure forever. Here, the apocalyptic writer views contemporary history and its culmination in purely mythical terms. The exact process can be seen developing in the various Jewish apocalyptic books: Enoch, 2 Baruch, and 4 Ezra, and reaches its climax in the great Christian apocalypse of St. John, where all the images of the ancient myth and ritual pattern, the ritual combat, the slaying of the dragon, the sacred marriage, the triumphal procession, and many others are gathered into one tremendous description, in wholly mythical terms,